877. Free TV.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Tinubu declines assent to NIMC bill. Rainstorm kills 2, destroys several homes in Kaduna community. Israeli attacks in southeastern Lebanon kill at least 6 people. And China calls for end to Iran war and Hormuz to reopen. John Arachi's visit. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu has declined assent to the National Identity Management Commission Repeal and Reenactment Bill 2026, citing key drafting and structural flaws. Invoking provisions of the 1999 Constitution, the President communicated his decision in a letter read on the floor of the House of Representatives by Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu.
Clause 1, paragraph B of the bill provide for 4 executive commissions as members of the board, but does not specify the authority responsible for their appointment. 4.5 of the bill prescribes the required experience and professional qualification of the board.
While acknowledging that the proposed legislation contains important reforms for the National Identity Management Commission, Tinubu said the bill falls short in critical areas. He pointed to ambiguities in the long title of the bill, noting that it does not clearly reflect both the repeal and the reenactment of existing law. The President also highlighted inconsistencies and provisions relating to the composition of the Commission's board, particularly the classification of certain members as presidential appointees rather than ex-officio representatives. Lawmakers have now been asked to address the identified issues and take further legislative action. Proceedings in the Senate were disrupted for over 15 minutes following a heated exchange between Senate President Godswill Akpabio and Senator Adams Oshomole over the interpretation of the Chamber's amended standing rules. The incident occurred as Akpabio began reading the votes and proceedings of a previous sitting when Oshomole raised a point of order. The Senate President immediately ruled him out of order, citing provisions of the 2023 standing rules that prohibit such intervention at that stage. Despite the ruling, Oshomole persisted, prompting Akpabio to invite former Chief Whip Ojo Zokalu to clarify the rules. Kalu backed the Senate President, affirming that points of order were not allowed during the reading of proceedings.
So when this law means that you are the presiding officer to respect the rules. If you break the rules, then there's time. And you can't deny me under the rules of the Senate when I write out with your permission to run the further trial.
And I've said it, people have been in these chambers for 3 years now. We should begin to know the rules of the Senate. I don't want to be accused of executive arrogance. That's why I keep tolerating these things. Please, there's no new senator any longer. There's no new senator any longer. Let us try our best to abide by the rules here.
The exchange testified Chief Whip Tahi Mongono warned that disciplinary measures could be taken if the disruption continued. Akpabio also issued a stern warning cautioning that any further unruly conduct could lead to sanctions under Senate rules. Order was eventually restored, allowing the chamber to proceed with its business. The votes and proceedings were later adopted following a motion by Senator Adamu Elero, seconded by Senate Minority Leader Abba Moro. The clash is believed to be connected to recent amendments to the Senate standing rules, which now restrict eligibility for key leadership positions to lawmakers who have served at least 2 consecutive terms. The federal government has warned against the continued closure of schools due to insecurity, describing it as a major threat to Nigeria's education system and long-term stability. Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, raised the concern during a meeting of the Nigeria Inter-Religious Council in Abuja. Akume said shutting down schools in response to insecurity disrupts learning and worsens the country's education crisis, stressing that children cannot thrive academically in unsafe environments. He called for stronger implementation of safe school policies and the creation of violent-free learning spaces to ensure uninterrupted education. SGF also emphasized the need to improve the quality of teaching, advocating better training for educators, enhance learning materials, and value-based education that promotes tolerance and responsible citizenship. Beyond the classroom, Akume urged religious and traditional leaders to play a more active role in promoting peace and unity, especially as Nigeria prepares for the 2027 general elections. He warned against misuse of religion and identity for political or economic gains, noting that such actions often fuel division and conflict. Akume further highlighted the importance of combining religious literacy with media and information literacy to combat misinformation and hate speech, referencing Nigeria's collaboration with UNESCO. Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, says he has not endorsed any candidate for the 2027 governorship election in Rivers State. Speaking during its monthly media chat in Abuja, Wike stated that no endorsement will be made until a planned coalition involving members of the All People's Democratic Party and the All Progressives Congress is finalized. He described the alliance as a strategic rainbow coalition, bringing together loyalists from both parties to pursue shared political objectives. Wike also confirmed that the coalition is non-aligned with the current governor, Similaye Fubara, amid an ongoing political rift between both camps. Former governor accused Fubara of reneging on arrangements reached by lawmakers, which had previously helped avert an impeachment move following the intervention of President Bola Tinubu. The ENUGU State Executive Council has reaffirmed its commitment to aggressive infrastructure development, promotion of sports and tourism, as well as overall economic expansion of the state. These were highlights of the Executive Council meeting held at Government House, ENUGU, which was presided over by Governor Peter Mba. Correspondent Chinemere Mikigbanam reports.
The ENUGU state government says it is intensifying efforts to transform critical sectors through strategic investments in road infrastructure, tourism, sports development, and industrialization. These were the high points of the State Executive Council meeting held at Government House, ENUGU. Briefing journalists after the ESCO meeting, Commissioner for Information, Malachi Abu, disclosed that the government has approved revitalization of the Ohebe-Dim aluminium industry in line with his efforts to revive moribund state assets and stimulate economic activities. He noted that some strategic road projects connecting various local government areas and neighboring states are equally receiving urgent government attention to boost commerce and regional integration.
As His Excellency has always been saying, in the revitalization of dormant assets, we also approved the resuscitation of Ohebe-Dim aluminium industry.
The Commissioner for Works and Infrastructure, Ben Osi Oko, said the state is making significant progress towards achieving the 10,000-kilometer road infrastructure promised by Governor Peter Mba at the inception of his administration. The government, he said, has approved and awarded contracts for over 151.55 kilometers of rural road projects across various communities, assuring that all the projects will meet international standards.
Projects that we awarded include the Nsukka-Leje Akumeze Eke Ebe Road, which is 52.2 kilometers. We have the Beach Junction Ovoko Afo Road in Suka, 13 kilometers. Enichiru Barak Junction Road, also 1.2 kilometers.
Commissioner for Youth and Sports Development, Lloyd Eperemadu, gave updates on the preparation for the 2026 International Marathon scheduled for the 30th of August, as well as the National Sports Festival, due to commence officially on the 27th of November this year. He stated that the state government has concluded arrangements in the areas of accommodation, security, infrastructure, tourism, and athlete preparation ahead of the sporting events.
The recent successes of ENUGU State at the national level in terms of national sports competitions, the ENUGU State secured the victory at the recently held National Para Games at Abuja.
The Commissioner Ugochi Madueke disclosed that the contracts for the rehabilitation or construction of roads leading to major tourist destinations across the state have been approved and awarded by the governor. She said the administration is working towards attracting over 3 million tourists to the state annually through aggressive investments in tourism infrastructure.
From Okpato to Ohum Waterfall, both from Okpato side and Nike axis. Sude is one of the tourist sites. Ngwo is also one of them.
The State Executive Council says the ongoing projects and the strategic investments are geared towards positioning Enugu State as a destination for business, tourism, sports, and economic growth in Nigeria. From the Government House, Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
A deadly rainstorm has wreaked havoc in Dokanmai Jarma community in Chikum local government area, leaving at least 2 people dead and over 50 houses destroyed. The devastating storm, which struck on Monday evening, tore through homes with violent winds and heavy rainfall, displacing dozens of residents and flattening several buildings. Village head Hamisu Tuko confirmed that the downpour lasted about 40 minutes but caused widespread destruction, leaving many families homeless and scrambling to salvage their belongings. In nearby Sabongero, the storm also destroyed houses and more than 10 perimeter fences, while a major road was blocked, disrupting traffic and forcing motorists to seek alternative routes. Emergency response efforts are underway, with National Emergency Management Agency deploying teams to assess the damage and coordinate relief. Residents have appealed to authorities, including Kaduna State Emergency Management Agency, for urgent assistance, as many remain without shelter. Authorities warn that such incidents may increase as Nigerian Meteorological Agency has predicted intensive rainfall during this year's rainy season. Israeli attacks in southern eastern Lebanon kill at least 6 people. China calls for an end to Iran war and Hormuz to reopen John Arachi's visit. Details of these and more on our foreign news.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Fresh Israeli air attacks on Lebanon have reportedly killed at least 6 people, raising concerns over violations of a U.S.-brokered ceasefire. According to Lebanon State News Agency, strikes targeted areas in eastern and southern parts of the country, including the town of Zelaya, where 4 people were killed, among them a local municipal official and members of his family. Additional attacks were reported in Meifadon, where artillery shelling left 2 people dead. Israeli forces also carried out air raids in parts of the Tyre district. In response, the Lebanese armed group Hezbollah said it engaged Israeli troops and claimed responsibility for an attack targeting Israeli soldiers. The escalation comes despite a ceasefire agreement brokered last month by the United States. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has met with China's top diplomat Wang Yi in Beijing as tensions rise with the United States over the strategic Strait of Hormuz. The high-level meeting comes just days before U.S. President Donald Trump is scheduled to visit China for talks with President Xi Jinping on May 14th and 15th. During conversations, Araghchi described China as a close partner and said Iran is committed to securing a fair and comprehensive agreement in ongoing negotiations with Washington to end the conflict that has disrupted global energy supplies. China, however, urged de-escalation, calling for a full cessation of hostilities and the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz as soon as possible. Beijing emphasized that continued dialogue remains essential to resolving the conflict. Meanwhile, Washington has increased pressure on Beijing to influence Tehran, even as it imposes sanctions on Chinese firms accused of purchasing Iranian oil. China has rejected those sanctions and criticized U.S. actions, while also expressing growing concern over Iran's continued closure of the vital waterway. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be ensured, following a pause in U.S. military operations in the waterway. In a statement, the naval arm of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said new procedures are now in place to regulate vessel movement, although details were not disclosed. The development comes after U.S. President Donald Trump announced a temporary halt to Project Freedom, an operation aimed at escorting stranded ships through the strait. Trump said the pause was due to progress in negotiations with Iran and at the request of mediator Pakistan, though the broader U.S. naval blockade remains in force. Iranian authorities have indicated they are reviewing a U.S. proposal and will respond through diplomatic channels, while Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif welcomed the pause as a step toward regional stability. Authorities in Australia say some women returning from Syria with alleged links to ISIL will be arrested upon arrival. A group of 13 Australians, 4 women and 9 children are expected to land in Melbourne and Sydney after leaving a detention camp in northeastern Syria. Australian Federal Police Commissioner Christy Barrett confirmed that some of the returning individuals will be taken into custody, while others remain under active investigation. Authorities say the children will receive psychological care and will be enrolled in programs aimed at rehabilitation and reintegration into society. Home Affairs Minister Tony Burke criticized the women's decision to travel to Syria, warning that anyone found guilty of offenses would face prosecution. The group had been living in the Rouge camp, one of several facilities housing families linked to ISIL, following the group's territorial defeat in the region. Australia has been investigating citizens who traveled to join ISIL since 2015, when the group controlled large areas of Iraq and Syria. Meanwhile, UN Special Rapporteur Ben Saul has urged authorities to balance national security concerns with the protection of the rights and welfare of the returning individuals, particularly the children. And that's it on the foreign news.
Football Australia has called for the reversal of a ban on public viewing events for the 2026 FIFA World Cup at Federation Square. The governing body says it is extremely disappointed with the decision by the Melbourne Arts Precinct, which manages the iconic venue in Melbourne. Officials cited safety concerns pointing to past incidents involving antisocial behavior, including the use of flares and fireworks that led to injuries during previous tournaments. Football Australia Chief Executive Martin Cougar argued that World Cup live sites are vital for uniting multicultural communities and creating memorable sporting moments. However, Melbourne Arts President CEO Katrina Sedgwick defended the decision, saying a small group of fans had created dangerous conditions in crowded spaces. The raid comes as Australia national soccer team prepares to kick off its World Cup campaign against Turkey before facing the United States and Paraguay. Former international Craig Foster has also criticized the ban, urging stakeholders to work towards reinstating the public viewing events. Nigerian singer Korede Bello encourages couples to have more children to increase their chances of producing exceptional talents. Popular Nigerian streamer Kata Efe expresses frustration over the delayed payment of his 50 million naira prize money after emerging winner of a celebrity boxing match. And Afrobeat singer Seun Kuti says he has been blacklisted in the Nigerian music industry for over 13 years because of his style of music. Let's join Quinette Mokonta for details from our entertainment desk.
Nigerian singer Korede Bello has encouraged couples to have more children, arguing that a larger population increases the likelihood of producing exceptional talent. In a circulating video message, Bello pointed out that legendary pop icon Michael Jackson, who was the seventh child in his family, might never have been born if his parents had chosen to have fewer children. Bello expressed concern over the growing trend of smaller families, noting that many couples now opt to have only one child or limit the number of children they raise. He acknowledged that economic challenges play a role in these decisions, but questioned how society would continue to thrive with declining family sizes. Popular Nigerian streamer Kata Efe, who recently emerged the winner of the celebrity boxing match, has expressed frustration over the delayed payment of his 50 million naira prize. Kata Efe secured victory against Singer Portable in the much-publicized fight held on Friday, earning the top prize. Portable disputed the result, alleging that the match had been manipulated by organizers to avoid paying out the massive 23 billion naira reportedly staked by fans who bet on him to win. In a new video shared on social media, Kata Efe voiced his displeasure over not receiving the prize money. He stated that despite risking his life during the fight, the promised 50 million naira had yet to be paid. He called on the organizers to fulfill their obligation. Grammy-nominated Afrobeat singer Seun Kuti has claimed that he has been blacklisted in the Nigerian music industry for over 13 years because of his style of music. He explained that the legacy of his late father, Fela Anikulapo Kuti, and other socially conscious musicians who used their art to challenge bad governance made authorities wary of such messages. Speaking on a recent episode of the Selam Mediate podcast, Kuti stated that government interference has had a negative impact on the quality and influence of modern Nigerian music. Kuti further explained that he has effectively been sidelined in the Nigerian music scene for many years, especially after performing conscious music at a former Lagos State governor's event, adding that his work had already been facing limitations even before then. Despite this, he maintained that the alleged blacklisting has not significantly affected his career, as Nigeria represents only a small portion of his overall audience. He added that many artists fear being blacklisted mainly because the Nigerian market constitutes the major of their fan base. He noted that he continues to speak freely whenever he is in Nigeria, despite facing criticism. That's the entertainment news. Quinette Mokonta, Signature TV News.
That's the news. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
You don't tire for this picture. Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they wait you, sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, not our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277.
Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of
cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The 32,000 naira was approved following the removal of the oil subsidy to cushion its effects on the senior citizens. But 2 years down the line, they are yet to receive the money, and those who are still alive are still grappling with the harsh realities. Moving the motion for the House to investigate the latter, the Deputy Chief Whip of the House, Ibrahim Ishaka, expressed concern over the federal government's failure to disburse the approved funds to pensioners for 6 consecutive months.
Further aware that numerous appeals and petitions from pensioners and relevant associations have gone unheeded, leading to increased hardship and discontent among pensioners. Cognizance of the urgent need to address these challenges and uphold the dignity and welfare of Nigerian senior citizens, that is the pensioners as they are so called, the House herefore resolves to urge the federal ministries of finance and humanitarian and poverty reduction, the Accountant General, the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Pension Transitional Arrangement Directorate, PTAD, and other relevant agencies to immediately implement all approved pension increments without any further delay.
In another motion, Mohammed Shehu from Kano State called on the House to liaise with the executive to explore the possibility of granting amnesty for stranded Nigerians in Saudi Arabia. He noted that economic challenges had forced many Nigerians into seeking asylum abroad.
The executive arm, through the Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs, have not adequately engaged the Saudi authorities with a view to securing a window of amnesty for our citizens and or propose workable ways that may see to the evacuation and return of Nigerians back home. Cognizant of the fact that countries such as the United Kingdom, Greece, Belgium, Portugal, and most recently the United Arab Emirates had at a point used amnesties on immigrants. Hence, the call for the Saudi authorities to consider amnesty for Nigerians willing to return home.
Also at plenary, Nnamdi Ezechi from Delta State raised a motion of urgent public importance, decrying the poor state of healthcare infrastructure in the Federal Capital Territory. He called for the declaration of a state of emergency in the sector and an investigation into the status of healthcare facilities within the FCT.
Worried that if immediate interventions are not made, the healthcare crisis may escalate to unimaginable levels, undermining the right to healthcare and threatening the well-being of residents in the nation's capital. Convinced that the strategic review and upgrade of health infrastructure in the FCT, along with the comprehensive recruitment drive for medical professionals, will address the urgent needs and ensure better health outcomes.
The House also resolved to convene a stakeholders conference to deliberate on the operational challenges and prospects of the Barrow Inland Port. The motion, jointly sponsored by former Deputy Speaker Honorable Idris Wasi and 10 other lawmakers, seeks to produce a comprehensive policy document to guide the operations at the port.
Concerned that despite the completion of the Barrow physical infrastructure, development of basic equipment, and its commissioning in 2019 under the administration of the past administration of President Muhammadu Buhari, the port remains non-operational due to infrastructural and logistical challenges, including poor access roads, railway connectivity, and the absence of a comprehensive operational framework. In the course that the nations were moved in the ninth assembly, that motions were moved in the ninth assembly by the senator representing Niger South and the member representing Agai Lapai Federal Constituency, calling on the federal government to complete the outstanding components necessary for full-scale operation, yet no meaningful progress has been made.
The Federal Road Safety Commission, FRSC, was also placed under legislative scrutiny following a motion by Afam Ogene demanding accountability on the revenue generated from the issuance of driver's licenses nationwide.
Further aware that the Joint Tax Board reviewed the fees payable for a 5-year and 3 years driver's license to 21,000 naira and 15,000 naira respectively for a motor vehicle, 11,000 and 7,000 respectively for a motorcycle or tricycle since November 1, 2024. Observes that the Federal Road Safety Commission is alleged to use its Information Processing Center for warehousing data for driver's licenses and manipulating it to sideline and shortchange the state's boards of internal revenue.
The House also considered the report of its Committee on Population on a bill to repeal the National Identity Management Commission Act 2007 and enact a new law establishing the National Identity Database and National Identity Management Commission.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obitupo from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
For years, petty traders across markets in ENUGU State have been subjected to daily levies, ranging from 100 to 200 naira. Relief has, however, come the way of these traders as the state government has put an end to the charges, which some people have described as burdensome. At a stakeholders meeting on the harmonization of market revenue collection organized by the ENUGU State Internal Revenue Service at the Old Government Lodge, government officials declared such daily tolls illegal. Representing Governor Peter Mba, the secretary to the state government, Professor Chidebere Onya, said the directive is in line with ongoing fiscal reforms targeted at reducing multiple taxation and improving the business climate in the state. He also announced the constitution of a task force to be coordinated by the Office of the Secretary to the state government to enforce compliance across all markets.
Market toll refers to tolls that are collected from traders without lock-up shops anywhere in the state. This is those that pay 200 naira daily on the market. Those people that sit by the road without shops. Most of you have talked about it. Governor has directed that in line with the new tax laws meant to support the poor, those toll revenue collections is hereby suspended with immediate effect.
When the governor reads out his pronouncements, it becomes our duty to ensure that these pronouncements are adhered to.
While the suspension affects only petty traders without lock-up shops, authorities clarified that traders operating from lock-up shops will continue to pay their annual dues, which range from 30,000 to 36,000 naira. Stakeholders at the meeting, including the chairman of the state's Traditional Rulers Council, Igwe Samuel Asado, and market leaders, welcomed the policy, describing it as timely and responsive to the plight of grassroots traders.
Just to find a way to help the government find out a way. Now it's not going because they won't stop. I don't have that stop. Yes, they do change. It was supposed to bring change to the grassroots. And that's what we're doing now.
Also speaking, the chairman of the Association of Local Government of Nigeria in the state, Okechukwu, assured that council chairmen will ensure strict implementation of the directive across all local government areas.
I will equally charge my colleagues to go to our respective local governments and make sure that we ensure the directive of His Excellency is being maintained.
Analysts say the suspension of the daily levies could significantly reduce financial pressure on petty traders, stimulate informal sector growth, and strengthen the state's economic base. They note that the policy aligns with Governor Peter Mbah's wider reforms aimed at boosting internally generated revenue without overburdening the most vulnerable. In ENUGU, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV.
Nigeria has the third highest burden of female genital mutilation globally, with 20 million cases and over 14 states highly affected. In 2015, the then president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, introduced a law to help fight FGM and, of course, punish the offenders. But some communities, especially villages, are not even aware that this law exists and are still practicing the act.
Female genital mutilation is a severe human rights violation that affects millions of women and girls worldwide, particularly in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. The practice involves the partial or total removal of the female genitalia, often performed on young girls without their consent. An estimated 86% of females were caught before the age of 5, while 8% were caught between age 5 and 14. With an estimated 86 million girls worldwide said to be at risk of female genital mutilation between 2015 and 2030. The implication is that millions of girls are being robbed of their childhoods, health, education, and aspirations every day by the harmful practice. The prevalence of FGM is highest in the Southeast with 35% and Southwest with 30% and lowest in the Northeast with 6%. Medical experts warn that FGM has severe physical and emotional consequences, including chronic pain, infertility, and psychological trauma, which could last a lifetime, impacting not only on the individual, but also their families and communities.
There are some immediate and long-term complications of FGM. By cutting the clitoris is what gives arousal, okay? The labia minora you cut and majora may consist of some little secretions, organs that secrete and wet that area, okay? So you cut them, there's problem. So even the infibulation, it just opposes the opening for the vagina. So it makes it look tiny and narrower. So it can cause what you call vaginal pain during sex or sexual pain.
There could be some urinary problems, difficulty in urination. Then it could affect childbirth and delivery, where you can have a narrow opening for delivery.
There can be complications. The short-term complications would involve shock, infections, excessive bleeding, hemorrhages. Why? Because most times you notice that, 90% of the time, you notice that the people that carry out these practices, one, are not medically trained. These are traditional experts that have little to no substantial knowledge of the human anatomy. Secondly, they do these things in septic conditions.
Sensitizing the community and the society at large on the effects of female genital mutilation, because it causes a lot of harm than good to the public.
A broadcast journalist, Hyginus Odo, emphasized that FGM is a cultural belief that should be eradicated and discouraged.
When a way of life becomes inimical to human, to life itself, when a way of life becomes inimical to life itself, what do? You have to review that way of life. And that's why it's not to eradicate the culture of the people in totality, but those aspects of the culture of the people that are inimical to the existence of human being in the society should be looked into.
Women's rights advocates shared their views on the legal implication of FGM during a recent Zoom session with Signature TV. A legal practitioner, Chioma Ode, revealed that the case of FGM in Ebonyi State often go unreported because victims are reluctant to report their loved ones, which she said is a major challenge in addressing the harmful practice.
Because one of the things that we have come to see as a challenge is that this mutilation or this cutting or this circumcision is actually carried out by the family, the parents, the guardians. And when you see that your family member, your father, your mother, your uncle, your auntie circumcised you as a female, chances of reporting the matter is slim. And even when you report the matter, even when you see the survivors, we call them survivors, that report this matter, or victims, as you may see them, that report this matter, it is also very slim to see that this victim or this survivor would actually want to speak up or to complain or to even follow this matter to a logical conclusion. It's very rare. So I wouldn't tell you that, yes, currently we have a case study, that this case study has actually been followed up to a logical conclusion. But whether female genital mutilation is a crime, is a crime.
More awareness needs to be created. In fact, I want to laud Signature TV for taking it upon you to create this wonderful awareness via your platform. It's a laudable venture, and I commend you for that. Okay, but I think, being a media person as well, I think that there should be much conversation around female genital mutilations. Being someone from Africa, and especially Nigeria, and most especially from the Southeast, where female genital mutilation is very, very prevalent, I think we need more creation of awareness.
The year's theme, Step Up the Pace, emphasizes the imperative of strengthening alliance, building movements, and mobilizing collective actions to end FGM. It is a clarion call for governments, civil societies, organizations, community leaders, healthcare workers, and individuals to unite and wage all-out war against FGM. Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Often referred to as the invisible backbone or silent engine of the maritime economy, seafarers play a crucial role in the global maritime industry. However, despite their contributions to the economic growth and development of nations, seafarers face different forms of harassment at sea, based on gender, rank, or nationality. This concern informed the global theme for this year's International Day of the Seafarers, My Harassment-Free Ship. Speaking at an event to commemorate the day, the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola, said the federal government is committed to boosting the marine industry.
We are committed to full compliance with the STCW Convention, including recent amendments mandating anti-harassment training on board ships. These steps are vital to ensure our seafarers remain competitive and globally employable. Additionally, the government is investing in seafarers' welfare through stronger regulation of recruitment and placement agencies, improving access to decent work, and collaborating with ship owners to guarantee fair treatment and onboard safety.
Minister of Labour and Employment Mohammed Megari Dingyari said the country's labor laws are being fine-tuned to make seafarers operate under a more conducive environment and promote the dignity of labor.
This is an all-inclusive convention which has been domesticated in our reviewed labor bills to complement other ILO instruments that Nigeria has ratified, key among which with the Maritime Labour Convention 2006, which provides a framework for good governance of global maritime practice. I wish to extend the support of my ministry in partnering with NIMASA, the Ministry of Blue Economy, as well as all tripartite plus stakeholders to strengthening the maritime sector and by ensuring that the working terms and the conditions of seafarers are in line with international standards and best practices.
Key stakeholders, including NIMASA, members of the National Assembly, and labor leaders, spoke on the need to address the growing concerns of harassment and discrimination faced by seafarers while on duty.
As chairman of the Senate Committee on Marine Transport, I want to assure all stakeholders, especially our seafarers, of the National Assembly's continued commitment to advancing legislation and policy that would enhance the welfare, training, and safety of seafarers. We remain dedicated to supporting institutions like the MASA in ensuring compliance.
We are resolutely committed to advocating for legislation, policies that will enhance seafarers' welfare, safety, and professional advantage.
This year's celebration theme, My Harassment Free Ship, is particularly apt. It is a call to action to ensure that our seafarers feel safe, valued, and protected at sea, because the ship is not just their place of work, it is their temporary home.
The event concluded with a visit to NLNG head office, where the minister observed a ceremonial parade by seafarers and led others to inspect vessels to ensure compliance with international standards.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Abuja have a master plan, and which everything they are doing is according to the master plan. So people fall victim because they don't want to obey. They do things in their own way. That's why they are victims. Even when they are looking for houses, they see swampy areas, they see gullies, they see places that in future or in case of any natural disaster, they could be, involved. But they will bluntly go there, trying maybe their fate. At times their fate will fall them. That's why at times they fall victims, and they blame it on government. The government on their own part, they are not even careful of their citizenry. They don't want to, care.
Yes, in most cases, people are warned. Yeah, because before anybody will build in anywhere, I think they have to be a satisfied paper from the local government or whoever that is involved. But in most cases, people still go ahead to build. And once that is done, there's nothing government can do about it.
Before you start any building, you will first of all involve an engineer, an architect. So your architect will be the one to advise you on the kind of building you have to build before you start building. There are some places where you cannot start building an upstairs, because it will definitely sink, or it will definitely fall. And there are some kind of places where your architect will advise you, okay, this is the kind of building you have to build here to avoid flood And if that environment is a flood prone area, your architect will advise you to hold on, or he will advise you not to build at that particular area. He can either advise you to start farming, or he can advise you to do some other things.
Government are always warning people about the flooding. So, like people are managing where they can build. So you will see people building anyhow, blocking the gutter and their waste bin. They will be they will be throwing it so that if rainfall can carry the dirty. So you see those such a thing that is the one that is blocking the waterways. So that is what is causing the flood.
The government is not active enough, because if at all is active, we will not be having this reoccurrence of flood, displacing people, where they are staying. I think it's not active. It's not, though the government are trying their best, because the idea of giving relief materials every year, it's my own opinion anyway, I don't think it's a good idea. We should learn to, bring an lasting solution to every problem.
In this country, we're supposed to work like, let me say, like 50-50. We are not supposed to depend only on government. We can't cross our leg and be waiting to government to come and do everything for us. Even you and I, we're supposed to join hands together and fix up some things by ourselves.
Before any flood happens, understand, it starts from somewhere, understand. And I think there should be a system whereby, okay, if something is about to happen, there should be a warning. You understand? Okay, this so thing is about to happen, and I think flood is coming. So can we please evacuate this location before the flood gets to this place? If they can get a system like that, I think it will go a long way.
There's not enough sanitization. They do not tell these people, because they have to do it in English, in Yoruba, in Hausa, the local language, to educate all these people. And they have to pass through the tradition channel so that they educate all these people. So therefore, with that, the transition institution is more closer to people, that they can educate all these people. That they are doing the jingle over the radio and television. How many of these people are watching? So that is one. Two, the local government. They have to go down to the local government. The local government are the most closest people to those people, that they are going to educate them. The government has tried, but it's too, the advertisement have to be more. People have to be aware about the flood, the prone area where there's flood.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
What a beautiful day it is this morning. Today is Thursday, the 7th day of May 2026. And you are watching Signature Morning. Thank you so much for joining us. We still see that in Nigeria, what is currently going on and what everyone is talking about is still, the political alignments and realignments getting ready for 2027 elections. The most recent one, which is the movement of Peter Obi, Kwankwaso, and about 19 lawmakers and more to the NDC. So everyone is watching to know what exactly, this is all about and how it will pan out. I'd like to hear your thoughts on what you think. You can send your comments to our social media platforms. Let us have a conversation exactly on how 2027 is looking like and the permutations, that are currently going on in the space. Thank you so much once again for joining us. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and we'll be back after this break to look at the newspaper headlines and also to review them. Now it's time to look at the headlines. Let's start with the Punch newspaper. And the Punch newspaper says on its major headline that Amupiton's security concern, opposition kicks against troop deployment for 2027 elections. The writers say insecurity in various parts of Nigeria endangers fair elections, INEC chair. Police commence threat assessment, intelligence mapping ahead of polls. INEC partisanship, biggest threat to credible elections. This is coming from the PDP. Hantavirus scare triggers fresh COVID-style measures. Beside the mass succession move, Makinde may peak, Adekambi adopt ADP. Judge okays El Rufai's medical treatment in custody. Oil falls 11% as U.S.-Iran deal nears. Domestic refiners dump $3.13 billion crude over pricing disputes. Still on the Punch, primaries, APC waives screening for Tinubu. Suspect says, I got 500,000 naira to bathe spa worker with acid. Court orders interim takeover of Silver's 9 properties. Now, the Nation newspaper says, lawmakers' defection, no threat to our victory, says Yewada. Opposition fishing from the same pond, APC clears Tinubu. FCCPC, NAFDAC unite on consumer rights, others. NUPRC, 300 companies bidding for 50 oil wells. Akpabio threatens Senate sanction on Oshomole. On pages 4 and 5, Shetima okays WADA for Nasarawa. SDP screens presidential aspirants. Promotes tolerance, federal government tells clerics, monarchs. Wike accuses Makinde-backed group of illegally using PDP's name. And on page 3, 660 megawatts coal-fired power plants to take off in ENUGU, July. El Rufai's trial resumes. Now, the Vanguard newspaper says on page 5, worsening hardship, insecurity, poverty pushing Nigerians to brink, NLC warns. Faults finance minister's insistence on fuel subsidy removal. Presidency won't bring back fuel subsidy, Oyedele. Now, MBS on page 7 says beans, eggs, Gary prices rise monthly despite annual decline. Many feared killed as gunmen attack mourners at mass burial in Plateau. PDP, Wike Makinde's factions in deadly struggle. Gag order, court bars NBC from punishing broadcasters over opinions. Sultan says we are not planning to wipe out Christians. US to UN ask Iraq to stop blowing ships in Strait of Hormuz. Akpabio Oshomole clash over amended Senate rules. Court orders temporary forfeiture of 9 properties linked to Timi Pre-Silva. And on page 26, xenophobic attacks. Nuns threatens protest against South African firms in Nigeria. Now, the Nigerian Tribune says on page 20 that PDP crisis, Wike dares banks Makinde-backed faction. Threatens to shut down offices, banks that open accounts for party. We sympathize with Wike Turaki faction, says we are already operating party's account. Major power challenge is overload transmission line, says Tegbe. Senate confirms him, Enikoloye as ministers. Akpabio Oshomole clash over Senate amended rules. ACF NEC suspend BOT chairman. All pay partners CBN to advance youth financial literacy at Global Money Week. ENUGU targets 660 megawatts coal-fired power plant. Set July for groundbreaking. Implosion in ADC to our advantage. NDC constitutes no threat. This is coming from the APC chairman on page 20. And on page 12 it says Ekiti 2026, Oyebanji's cabinet members donate 100 million naira to re-election campaign. And on health, scientists reverse brain aging with simple nasal spray. Now looking at the Daily Trust. Meningitis kills 33 children in Sokoto. Obi Kwankwaso's exit spurs us to work harder, says David Mark. Why Akpabio Oshomole clashed over Senate leadership rules. INEC chairman says insecurity threatens free, fair elections. And finally, on the Daily Trust, ACF suspends BOT chair, orders audit. Now, The Guardian, page 6, says 85% PHCs in distress without doctors, despite 55.4 billion naira budget in 4 years. Tinubu upset by infighting among southern APC chieftains. Power play in Senate as Akpabio Oshomole clash over 2027 intrigues. I will fix grid collapse in 100 days, Tegbe vows. Lagos judge frees man detained for 10 years over unproven defilement charge. Obaseki emerges visiting researcher at Boston University. News page 4 says FG moves to regulate award of honorary degrees by varsities. Presidency will not bring back fuel subsidy, Oyedele insists. Rivers government, Wike bicker over trading governance for politics. On the news page 6, CSOs seek extension of election timelines as insecurity, credibility concerns linger. And on page 30, troops neutralize terrorists in Zamfara as hoodlums kill mourners and others in Plateau State. Now we've looked at the headlines on all of the dailies this morning. Now let's welcome Chris Maduka for our review. As always, good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Richard. And good morning, our dear people of the world. Welcome again. And we thank God for life, and we survived it, and we're here again.
Of course. Now, the Punch newspaper says, Amupiton's security concern, he's saying that insecurity endangers free and fair elections in Nigeria.
It's an old story. But in 2023, there was insecurity in Nigeria. It did not threaten free election, the organized election. And INEC did what it did, declared result. Nigerians accepted it. The party that won are in power. Some parts of the country, they sacrificed. They never even counted the vote from those areas. They never bothered. Some areas they did not organize elections there, but they still declare result. So Amopito has given so many reasons. The first reason he gave was digital hacking and all those kind of things, Yeah. What we are saying, if he doesn't need to tell the whole world what the problems and challenges are, let him get down and solve them, some of them. Because Nigeria, the way I've seen politicians operating, do not care whether there is insecurity. They want to get back to Abuja. Even when some states are under threat, they don't even care. Even some of the House of Assembly people from the areas that are occupied by bandits and terror want to get back to the cities. They don't care. They don't go to their constituencies. If we want to be very factual and real, this security in Nigeria is a big threat to organizing free and fair elections. But they've done it. How many years has banditry and terrorism been in Nigeria? It's over going to 20 years, 2 decades. And the elections have been holding since then. After our elections in Nigeria run in turn of 4 years. So how many elections have they organized in Nigeria since bandit and terror took some part of Nigeria and been harassing Nigerians and killing and decimating Nigerians? So I'm not just saying we know the problems. And Nigerians and the politicians have been going along with the problems being there. Why is Amopito so concerned and giving us excuses about that? Is Amopito saying he wants to be part of the security agencies who will go and stop for him to hold elections in some of the places occupied by bandits? Is he saying that we should go and negotiate with the bandits to allow him to organize elections there? For who? Over time, when those people are collecting even tax from Nigerians from those areas and they are just there, probably they will organize INEC for the bandits and terror so that they will go and organize elections for them and they get back their leaders who will rule the areas they are occupying. So many excuses coming from the chairman of INEC within a short time, and the smacks of excuses of failure. But we just hope he knows every excuse he gives us, we analyze it and review it. Nigeria is still moving on despite what is happening. So whether there is insecurity or not, the politicians are not even talking about that. They are waiting for him to do what he has to do for them to get back to Abuja. They are defecting and mass defecting and counter defecting, horse trading, talking about which party that is a threat or not threat. That is what they are talking about now. And Amopito is one side talking about. So are the politicians who are doing all these talks talking the same thing with if all the Nigerian politicians are saying the same thing with Amopito, then there will be an attention to be given to insecurity, banditry and terror that is decimating so many parts of Nigeria. That's all I have to say about that, Uche.
Now, speaking of parties and defections, Yowata is saying that the lawmakers' defection is no threat to their victory, says that the opposition is fishing from the same pond, and the APC has also waived the screening for Tinubu in their primaries.
Yeah, of course, when it's on the mandate, they all stand. Whether you are standing or not, you have to sing along, so that you seem that you are standing on that mandate. So since all the ruling parties stand on mandate of the incumbent president of Federal Republic of Nigeria, they waive. Now I hope that when other parties want to waive, it will not become an issue of go to court to make sure nothing happens. So when the big goat is eating the fodder, The small goats are watching the mouth. The APC as the ruling party has become the big goat in Nigeria. Whatever hand they bring, whatever leg of dance they bring, other parties will dance. But let it be that the umpires will not be biased against any other person. If whoever can be given to flag bearers and for presidential candidates and all, if other parties do so, will it fly? If it will fly, good luck to Nigerians, because how we make our mouth, how we lie on it. Coming to whether anybody is a threat to anybody, that is the worst thing that will come from the president, the chairman of APC. He's been, some of the things they say show how insecure they are. When Nigeria, the whole Nigeria, mass defected to APC, it was not a threat. When just few of them defected out because they felt that the way they're going, there's no road, it's not a threat. This is how, things that they speak, and we as Nigerians begin to dissect these words and break them into pieces. It shows how insensitive they are. Who is these people are politicians? They are, like he said, very right, fishing from the same pool. So, let APC fish from the same pool. Let PDP fish from the same pool because they have been fishing there. Let ADC fish, let NDC, APUGA, or MBM, MPP, whatever, PDP, PRP, let them fish. If we have that kind of sense that we are fishing from the same pool, then this winner takes it all. This killer, banditry kind of politics in Nigeria shouldn't be. Go and fish, convince people, whoever joins you. That is democracy. But Nigeria kind of democracy, they say something with one amount and they act with another. They are liars. And I'm not afraid to say, most Nigerian politicians are liars. They say one thing in the evening and say they don't follow anything written or even decided. They are people that go against agreements. When it doesn't favor them, everything must be turned around, and that's why most Nigerians don't even go to bank with their words, because the same one want it now because they favor them. Now, some people are defecting. They need to comment. When there was mass defection into their own party, it doesn't matter. They are all insecure because they lie and they don't trust even themselves. Most politicians can't trust themselves. They will tell themselves truth. And that's sincere. And they say it's a politicking. Politics is not about lying. It's only in Nigeria that lying and deception has become part of politics. And that's why it's making Nigerian political atmosphere look like, rat race. Dog eat dog. That's kind of anything goes. That's why we are where we are. God help us.
Right. Now, coming down to Enugu targets a 660 megawatt coal-fired power plant and sets July for the groundbreaking.
That's wonderful. The sooner we begin to look back deep into what we have, instead of going what we have in Sokoto, we go to look for it in Sokoto, or what we have in Sokoto, look for it in Sokoto, and both fails us. We neither get it from Sokoto, nor from Sokoto, or from Sokoto. Whatever that means, it's high time if some part of the world still use coal to power their turbines and supply their people light. And the ENUGU and some parts of southeast Nigeria and even some part of the middle belt like Kogi and all sit on large massive deposit of coal. And some people say, because it's coming from Nigeria, no, coal, environmental issue, but they go back to their own, using it to produce energy and electricity and supply to the people. We see it is an error. Who did this to Nigeria is a wicked person. You know why? We live in the ocean, we live at the beach, we wash our hands with saliva. It's an error, an irony of the existence of Nigeria. So, Enugu state government had taken the bull by the horn, and that is very creative and is supported. Any other thing you can access these resources from your land and use it. Because you don't be surprised some people are mining coal secretly and moving it out of, just like are mining so many precious stones and metals are underground. And some part of Nigeria, why we have banditry and terrorism and insecurity, is because of this large deposit of natural resources given to us by God. So some people will create trouble because the government has not looked in deep to use it sincerely for the people. So when it also bars about Barondiario, when there is confusion, all the wicked and cunning people will come to play. And that is what is happening. So Enugu state government will say kudos, that's a wonderful decision, and we can look forward to where we will have light in Enugu and that part of Southeast with what God has given us. Let everybody say natural resources that God has given you, let's have what called comparative advantage of the use of it. And that's the only way we can survive in this breakneck competition of the world in economic and political sphere.
Now, two of the newspapers this morning have some health issues that are very important to talk about. The first one is the Daily Trust. It says that meningitis kills 33 children in Sokoto. And then the Punch newspaper also says something about hantavirus scare triggering fresh COVID-style measures.
You know, the Igbo proverb says, they say sickness has not gone round, and they are giving two major sicknesses to one person to carry. That is an irony, and that is dangerous and part of it. What we are saying is that if we in Southeast Nigeria, the rainforest area, with the climate change, we see that immediately the rain finishes falling down, you are in sweat. You'll be in the bedroom. After you are pouring water, cold water, the next thing you start sweating without even. So you can imagine the north part of Nigeria, the heart of the tropics, how it will be. So we're even saying that in some southern part of Nigeria, that the fear of meningitis has become very life, and people are now saying it's possible that people will begin to come down with meningitis. So when you say children in Sokotati, it's just the beginning. Now what the newspaper has brought it up, we are reviewing it. Did you hear what the government say about it? No. 30 children, those ones can be sacrificed. The government that be running around, is it not that even when it goes to 10, and they see Nigerian government have allied ministries, departments, and agencies that are in charge of environment, the health, all the allied organizations, oversight functions, they know that climate change has become a reality, and we have started feeling it hot. The government is not talking about it.
Actually, The Guardian says that 85% of primary health cares are in distress without doctors, despite 55.4 billion naira budget in 4 years.
According to my friend, he said, so when you are talking about these issues are rising, and the solutions are depleting. So are you saying that Nigeria has a prospect of getting there anywhere? Primary health, 85% are in distress, no doctors. You go to some of them, what you find there is animals, cattle are now just using, the people are using there to rest. And now, because those things are lying fallow, nobody is thinking about what to do with it. Nobody, nothing, no facility, no health, medical people attending to those people. And we have National Assembly. We have the Ministry of Health, Federal Ministry, we have also states. We have even local government councillors and who are in charge of health. We are the cause of our problem. And the one thing about us, we don't think about problem until it becomes very, very, very difficult for us to handle. So it's rising now. Meningitis are rising. In primary health centers, imagine in Sokoto, you might find that 85% of, usually 85% per state, that where these children are dying, nothing they can't be having, they can't access first aid. They can't access first aid. Not to talk about anything major health delivery. And then, so we are on our own. But what is important to everybody now is 2027. Those children, they are not important because they cannot vote in 2020. Even when they can vote, they can deal without their vote and we still get back to Abuja. What is important to people in those areas where 33 children are already dead and recorded, somebody is representing that constituency. And they can mention the National Assembly. What is interested now is which party to join, and that's what they are running out. It is shame to us, to all of us, shame. And for some of them who are so comfortable, they don't want to share from this shame. It will visit them. Shame will visit them. Because once you sow wind, you will reap wind. There's nothing you do not sow in this world you will not reap double. These Nigerian politicians who are insensitive in the way they are handling the affairs of Nigeria will be visited by insensitivity in their life one day. Because what else do you want us to say? We are losing it. People are not caring about, people will kill to do anything to get to power. They won't deliver. They will just cocoon themselves in safety and everybody is on their own until another 4 years. The 4 years turn is running around very few months and all of them have come up again. That's why you start hearing names you have not had in the last 4 years. And they think, like my professor told me, we are sex workers. You come and use us when you want and pay us and go back with 1 cup of gari, 1 cup of rice, and the flyers and t-shirts, and then we sing for you and you go back. That's it. That's wickedness at the highest level. But from all the holy books the people are reading, nobody who is a wicked man will have rest. And that's why they find some of them running on restless road. They can't even walk the streets. And they say they are representing people. You can't face the people you are representing. I don't know who they are waiting for to tell them how long they will run away from their shadows. Because whatever you sow, you reap.
All right, Chris, I think that is how we'll wrap up this newspaper headline.
It's better so that my troubles will become enough. The more soon you wrap up the thing, the trouble will be wrapped up at that point. Thank you, Che. Thank you, Signature TV. Thank you who have listened and watched us this morning. We say God bless you, God bless all of us. But we can't stop saying that we have been convinced and we have realized that God's blessings are meant for those who deserve to be blessed.
Thank you so much, Chris Maduka, for joining us on the review as always. And don't go anywhere. Signature Morning will be back shortly for more discussions.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. You're still watching Signature Morning. And now it's time for our first discussion. I mean, looking at the cybercrime surge in Nigeria, seeing that over 4,000 attacks have been recorded within 6 months already. And as Nigeria's digital economy is expanding, we are seeing that there is also exposure to these cyber crimes. So we have in the studio this morning Nzube Ndiokwelu. He is a cyber and allied technology expert. You're welcome to the program. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, let us start with understanding the scale of this threat of cybercrime, because cybercrime is something we hear almost every other day. But can you speak on, to what extent is Nigeria at this point experiencing this cybercrime, and in what forms would you say are more prevalent in how these things occur?
Okay, so from 2019 to 2025, according to Deloitte Nigeria Cyber Reports, Nigeria has actually lost over $3 billion to cybercrime. And of recent, we all know many of the leading critical infrastructure in Nigeria has been actually breached, and there's been a wave of cyber attacks on our critical infrastructure. And even according to NIDA, which is the Nigeria Information Technology Development Agency, Nigeria faces over 4,000 cyber attacks every week. So we are actually in an age of unprecedented digital attacks, and there's a lot that we need to do to protect our cyber waves.
But why are we seeing this surge so much? Like, why is it so increased now? What's the problem?
I think right now we have to then now zoom out and then realize that we are a subsystem within a larger system, and there are a lot of geopolitical issues going on in the world. As you know, right now there are war going on in the Middle East and even in the Asian part of the world. And as we know, across the world, within the past 6 months, there's been over 30 attacks on critical energy and power infrastructure across different parts of the world. So it's not only isolated to Nigeria, though Nigeria has had increased attacks on its energy, power, and financial infrastructure, especially. However, we've had increased attacks going on in the entire world right now. So this could be part of a wider geopolitical problem.
Okay, but how prepared or how well would you say that Nigeria's digital space is when it comes to, protecting against these things? Would you say that most of these agencies and most of these places or companies that have been breached, how would you assess the security that they have when it comes to like sophistication of the equipment that they have and, the softwares they have to prevent or to, block such things from happening, or to even make it harder?
I think if we take a look at the recent fine, which the Nigerian Data Protection Council, NDPC, slammed on the banks, it was about $35 million. And part of the reason why these fines came hard on them was because they were not willing to actually do the bare minimum to secure their critical infrastructure. And many of these attacks are things that could have easily been prevented by the agencies or the companies involved. So it's quite very unfortunate that we are actually, experiencing things that could have easily been avoided. Although you could take a look at the relevant laws and the governmental effort to actually secure and anticipate, issues around the digital space. And we could take a look at the Cybercrime Act, which was passed with respect to some of these things, and even the Cybercrime Levy, which was initially imposed and removed, then brought back again. And the government has actually kind of like put up a framework which is actually meant to help address this. However, the challenge you have is that these are mainly, theoretical ideas with no concrete ways of actually having them translate to the critical steps required by the stakeholders within the industry to secure this. Though within the Office of the National Security Advisor, there are different agencies under the office which is tasked specifically on tackling some of the cybercrime issues or protecting our digital infrastructure.
Okay, so let's also like break it down a bit so that people can also understand this cybercrime.
Yeah.
Right. So, what would you say are the most common, cybercrime attacks that are being, done to most softwares or people's platforms, particularly when it comes to fintech and all these, because I think that seems to be one of the most attacked areas when it comes to the digital space. So can you like break it down for us and tell us, okay, what are the most common forms of this cyber crime attacks that happen in these sites or in these?
Okay, so if we're going to go strictly with what has just really occurred within the past 3 months, we're going to take a look at the different breaches we've experienced. So Sterling Bank has been breached, and the breach on Sterling Bank was something that could have easily been avoided, and it was a vulnerability in their package, which from that exploit led to another exploit on Remitter. Now, 900,000 user accounts were actually exposed by a threat actor known as Buy to Breach, and after exposing the data of Fidelity Sterling Bank customers, they actually leaked over 3 terabytes of information linked to Remitter. And these are some of the issues that you could actually take a look at and say, well, they're not necessarily the manipulation or the actions of individual actors, and these are like sophisticated threat actors, penetrating our critical infrastructure. So this is not just necessarily saying that we are having regular attacks on our financial infrastructure. I believe we're at a stage where we could actually say that we are under a digital war, because when people are targeting your critical infrastructure across government agencies, across your financial sector, across your power sector, across the oil and gas sector, your critical digital services are actually being attacked. And we are used to having physical wars, and right now a whole lot is happening in the digital realm right now. So it's yet time that we realize that these are not just isolated attacks. You could actually take a look at the type of cyber crimes that you may actually experience from individuals. Now, individuals, you may actually be worried about deep fakes, people cloning your voice. These are actually cyber crimes and ways that people manipulate people within that financial space also. People could actually get access to your information by cloning or personalizing you. However, this is actually an individual or a known actor. What we've actually been experiencing within our space have been sophisticated, coordinated attacks on our critical infrastructure.
So are you saying that an individual cannot handle or do that kind of sophisticated attacks, or does it have to be a body trying to attack?
Individuals can, however, there's a pattern to it. Okay, and the different problems we've actually faced have been, okay, so for example, the Remitter issue, the CAC issue that led to the exposure of customer data, and even the Remitter, Sterling Bank, and there was another company that was actually hacked. So these were actually isolated incidents that were done by sophisticated threat actors. However, when you take a look at other penetrations that were actually experienced by different governmental agencies that were recently hacked, some of them were by individuals. So I'm saying that we must be careful to map the attacks that were by individuals, and also to map the ones that are actually by threat actors, because if you do not separate the two, you do not know when, as a nation, our critical infrastructure is under threat, and when we must also safeguard our critical infrastructure against lone actors. So we have different types of attacks that have been going on, and both has actually been leading to a huge loss of data across our digital space.
So like how can one differentiate a sophisticated action and one done by an individual?
The certification is actually what also determines it, because some different vulnerabilities that are not easily exploited by an individual, and some, when you take a look at the scale and the nature of the attack, it leads to credence that this wasn't done by an individual, and that this was actually something that was coordinated by different organizations or different people from different areas. And more often than not, when we read the postmortem, which comes by the companies that were breached or from the security agencies, we tend to hear that, okay, this was actually something that we believe was done by an individual, and this is something that we believe was done by a coordinated threat actor. So more often than not, the postmortem, or like the reports from the agencies, tend to give us an insight into that. Or even the people that actually leak this information go online and actually detail how they actually breached these agencies.
And that brings me to ask you about how these people are able to access information, because I want you to kind of clarify, because there are some people that would say someone inside has to give, or possibly you said something about deep fakes, and I'm sure there are other ways that these things can come. And some people would say you have to click something, maybe if you click something or if you do this, it grants them access, and error or whatever, you have all those things happening. So does it always appear that someone inside may have clicked something they weren't supposed to, or leaked information that they were not supposed to, that gave these attackers the ability to access information? Or can these attackers access the information with or without someone inside that particular organization?
Okay, let me separate some of the incidents. Now we have NIMC, Nigeria Identity Management Commission, which has been leaking information every year. It's been well reported over the past 2 years that NIMC has been leaking Nigeria's sensitive information, because they have over 24 million information in the database about Nigerians through the identity management platform. And this is something that any individual actor that is actually experienced could actually exploit. It's been out there for a while. Now, if you take a look at the recent wave of attacks that we've had from different threat actors, that's one that's been popularly known as buy to breach. They breached from them. They released how it worked. So they breached Sterling Bank, and a vulnerability in Sterling Bank left exposed an ability for them to then breach Remita, which is the critical infrastructure utilized by the government for financial payments. Now, Remita actually now led to the Sterling Bank led to the attack on Remita. However, the CAC attack was a vulnerability on a plugin which was being used by the database that was found exposed. Now, some of these could have been prevented simply by having an experienced security engineer. These are some of the challenges that we have. In recent times, people have been complaining whether Nigeria still has the talent, and people are complaining that they can't recruit quality talents from Nigeria. However, the talents are there. The problem is the market is global. We need to increase the density of local talents. This then allows different agencies to have a pool where they could recruit staffs which could fill these gaps. So when we take a look at it from the fact that it could be an insider, it limits the conversation to the real nature of the threat in front of us. It doesn't necessarily take away the fact that there could be exploits which could be as a form of collusion. However, what we've been seeing recently have been purely digital-led attacks.
Now, before I ask, the solutions to this issue, can a software be completely hack-proof?
I would sincerely say no, because even the most. Okay, so let me back up a little bit. So Claude, Anthropic Labs released an AI model which is named Mythos. Now Mythos was rumored to be so dangerous that it was limited to only the critical agencies and companies securing the most critical infrastructure in the American government that was allowed access to this model. Now, the reason was it could actually discover vulnerabilities which no one ever knew existed in code bases that were certified, vulnerable proof for over 20 years. So if we assume that there were no bugs in this code for over 20 years and we had more than 50,000 people taking a look at this code and the AI models could actually discover a bug within seconds, then it leads credence that rather than assuming that there is a bug-proof software, we are meant to be proactively always, improving and patching vulnerabilities as they are discovered, all right? I feel like that's the better approach.
All right, so you're saying that AI should be used more?
Well, this would lead to your next question, which was solutions on this. So AI is one of the solutions that we could actually have, because now you can now have round-the-clock threat assessments. You can have the agents continuously debugging, searching for vulnerabilities, discovering, patching, fixing, and you can have multiple agents that don't sleep. The challenge with humans is we need to take a break. So that we can have AI agents that are continuously searching for bugs. So as the AI models are trying to discover, you can have a reduced time to response rates, where if a breach is noticed, it can actually immediately start isolating that area that was breached and patch it in a record time, which would actually increasingly reduce the amount of data or financial loss or any other loss that we may encounter, by having, threat actors infiltrate our systems.
So you can go on with the other solutions apart from AI.
Okay, so another solution we could actually explore is, deepening human capital. This is something that, like I mentioned earlier, we need to have a lot of our, industry players recognize that they do not exist in isolation. Because more often than not, it's only when we encounter these frictions that everybody then starts scrambling and start wondering, okay, where do I hire? And everybody's going to say, it's the Japa wave that is the problem. Everybody's going to attribute it to something or the other. However, I believe some of the things we can start doing is taking a look at it and saying to ourselves, the fault is from all of us. It's not just only with the big companies, it also lies with the startups. There have to be startups willing to try things within that space, and the big companies have to also realize that they have a responsibility to support and help young startups thrive, because even if they do not succeed, it grows talents, and those talents would have actually honed their skills trying different little things that would actually allow there to be more people experiencing these programs. So it's like an ecosystem where you have the government, you have the private sector, you have the university arena, and you have the research labs. And you have everybody working hand in hand to ensure that we have an increased density in our local ecosystem. Another solution we could actually explore was something I briefly touched on, which is AI. Now, AI can now help us with real-time threat assessments, scanning for fraud, detecting in real time how to secure our critical infrastructure, because like I said, first things first, we need to have a broader stakeholder discussion within the country where we take a look at the critical infrastructure that exists and get the top level agencies and the corporate organizations that are key to the sustainability of our nation. Because as much as the central bank is a governmental agency responsible for, the financial and monetary policy, the monetary policy of the country, we also have the banks, the private sectors. Now, if the banks actually are vulnerable, it affects the entire nation. So as a result of that, we have to have the, top level agencies classify banks as, custodians of critical infrastructure, same as our power sector, same as our oil and gas sector, because these are where we get our revenues. So we must, first of all, classify a certain level within the society or the sectors and say these must be critically secured. And because they must be critically secured, we need to have frameworks or guidelines in place to ensure that they meet these standards. We have the Cybercrime Act, and the Cybercrime Levy on the legislative angle. You can actually have the government then now say the 0.05% that they actually deduct from our transactions, which is dedicated towards the cybercrime protection, we could now say, rather than just saying we need to collect money, this is what we need to do. Because the challenge we have is, we have a law which stipulates a lot, we have a levy which generates revenue, but we do not have the stakeholders acting in cohesion with respect to these different frameworks that exist. The Cybercrime Act has already been abused and used to arrest journalists and used to arrest citizens for saying something. We know the popular Erisco Food saga. The Cybercrime Levy is already deducting funds from everybody, and it runs into the risk of becoming just another revenue collection means for the government, and not something that they actually extract with the sole purpose of ensuring that our critical infrastructure is well protected. Individuals and companies may actually be able to afford some of the top AI models. However, a governmental or public-private partnership could actually lead to engagement with global bodies and some of the top AI providers to ensure that we have some of the best models available to secure our critical infrastructure. So there's a whole lot that needs to be done to actually solve some of these issues.
Now, we've spoken extensively, on a broad level, the nation and protecting our systems and what have you. But I also want us to bring it down to individuals as well, because while we look at it, broadly, we also have individuals who are also victims of these things as well. So what would you also, suggest to people, because everyone uses technology at this point, everybody has information stored somewhere.
Yeah.
So how would you say that people can also best protect their information from breaches and hacks and what have you, so they don't go into extreme losses?
I think first things first, we have to update ourselves with the latest data protection guidelines. The Nigerian Data Protection Council has guidelines which companies and other agencies and even individuals have to comply to know when their data is safe. And we also have to increase literacy. I'm always an advocate for literacy. We used to have mass sensitization programs embarked by the Ministry of Information, or in this case, it will be something that has to be embarked by the Ministry of Information and Technology, because you need to have the agencies. The agencies are individuals that work within these agencies. So we need to have mass sensitization programs that help people understand, first things first, these are your sensitive information. People need to know what their sensitive information are. A lot of time, we basically just click things online and never ask ourselves, should I do this or not? People just want to move on. And they just click, yeah, accept, click, click. People don't, so we need to, first of all, sensitize on people on, these are your sensitive information, your DNA, your health records, your financial records. These are your sensitive information, not just private pictures that are sensitive information. There are a whole lot of information that shouldn't be out there. Now, in this AI age, we must learn that data is a new economy, and as a result of that, when people are breaching these agencies with the aim of releasing and exposing our critical information, they're using this information to train models. They're using this information to do a whole lot of different training with our already exposed information. So going forward, we must say to ourselves, what are the standards that need to exist? For the individual out there, before you click a link, do you understand the type of links that you're meant to click? That these are safe links, these are unsafe links. There are some sensitive places you shouldn't go. And these are some of the things that we must first of all get to have the society understand. Then when we understand that, we don't now move to the individual and say, what type of device are you using? A lot of us actually use security cameras, wireless routers, phones, which have very weak security features or vulnerabilities which are already out there. More often than not, people may try to log into Google or to certain websites and they are told your password has appeared in a recent leak. Please change your password. Now these are some of the things that the individuals see, oftentimes ignore. Simply because, like I said, people just want to move on. And we must then, be much more aware of the fact that we are a subsystem within a larger system, and you might, be a bit nonchalant with your information, but within a global or a larger body, you are part of, a collective, and if your information is lost, my information is lost, it spreads to every other person. And somebody could tomorrow manipulate your entire society simply because they understand your society better than those within it. So we must, first of all, take charge of our data, take it very serious, and beyond just the surface level rhetoric, we must actually, try and do something about it for real.
Well, thank you so much, Nzube Indiokwel, for enlightening us and reminding us, on the importance of protecting our data from such cyber attacks. Thank you so much once again.
You're welcome.
All right, Signature Morning will go on a quick break, and when we return, we'll continue our discussions. Do stay with us.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Nigerian singer Korede Bello has encouraged couples to have more children, arguing that a larger population increases the likelihood of producing exceptional talent. In a circulating video message, Bello pointed out that legendary pop icon Michael Jackson, who was the seventh child in his family, might never have been born if his parents had chosen to have fewer children. Bello expressed concern over the growing trend of smaller families, noting that many couples now opt to have only one child or limit the number of children they raise. He acknowledged that economic challenges play a role in these decisions, but questioned how society would continue to thrive with declining family sizes. Popular Nigerian streamer Kata Efe, who recently emerged the winner of the celebrity boxing match, has expressed frustration over the delayed payment of his 50 million naira prize. Kata Efe secured victory against Singer Portable in the much-publicized fight held on Friday, earning the top prize. Portable disputed the result, alleging that the match had been manipulated by organizers to avoid paying musicians who used their art to challenge. Explained that he has effectively been sidelined in the Nigerian music scene for many years, especially after performing conscious music at a former Lagos State governor's event, adding that his work had already been facing limitations even before then. Despite this, he maintained that the alleged blacklisting has not significantly affected his career, as Nigeria represents only a small portion of his overall audience. He added that many artists fear being blacklisted mainly because the Nigerian market constitutes the major of their fan base. He noted that he continues to speak freely whenever he is in Nigeria, despite facing criticism. That's the entertainment news. Queen Mokunta, Signature TV News.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The ENUGU state government says it is intensifying efforts to transform critical sectors through strategic investments in road infrastructure, tourism, sports development, and industrialization. These were the high points of the State Executive Council meeting held at Government House, ENUGU. Briefing journalists after the ESCO meeting, Commissioner for Information, Malachi Abu, disclosed that the government has approved revitalization of the Ohebe Dim aluminium industry in line with his efforts to revive moribund state assets and stimulate economic activities. He noted that some strategic road projects connecting various local government areas and neighboring states are equally receiving urgent government attention to boost commerce and regional integration.
As His Excellency has always been saying, in the revitalization of dormant assets, we also approved the resuscitation of Ohebedim aluminium industry.
The Commissioner for Works and Infrastructure, Ben Osi Oko, said the state is making significant progress towards achieving the 10,000-kilometer road infrastructure promised by Governor Peter Mba at the inception of his administration. The government, he said, has approved and awarded contracts for over 151.55 kilometers of rural road projects across various communities, assuring that all the projects will meet international standards.
Projects that we awarded includes in Sukaleje, Akwakumeze, Eke, Ebe Road, which is 52.2 kilometers. We have the Beach Junction, Ovoko, Afo Road in Suka, 13 kilometers. Enichiru, Barak Junction Road, also 1.2 kilometers.
Commissioner for Youth and Sports Development, Lloyd Eberemadu, gave updates on the preparation for the 2026 International Marathon scheduled for the 30th of August, as well as the National Sports Festival, due to commence officially on the 27th of November this year. He stated that the state government has concluded arrangements in the areas of accommodation, security, infrastructure, tourism, and athlete preparation ahead of the sporting events.
The recent successes of ENUGU State at the national level in terms of national sports competitions. The ENUGU State secured the victory at the recently held National Para Games at Abuja.
The Commissioner Ugochi Madueke disclosed that the contracts for the rehabilitation or construction of roads leading to major tourist destinations across the state have been approved and awarded by the governor. She said the administration is working towards attracting over 3 million tourists to the state annually through aggressive investments in tourism infrastructure.
From Okpato to Ohum Waterfall, both from Okpato side and Nike axis. Sude is one of the tourist sites. Ngwo is also one of them.
The State Executive Council says the ongoing projects and the strategic investments are geared towards positioning Enugu State as a destination for business, tourism, sports, and economic growth in Nigeria. From the Government House, Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
our mainstay was to export crude oil, and east still to export crude oil. But we reserve a certain proportion of those crude oil that we are drilling for local consumption. So we refined, used locally, and we're able to sell to our neighbors, Benin Republic, as far as Togo, Cameroon, and Chad, Niger, and all those places. Now, when the government now failed, when our refineries died and government failed to produce, governments now said, okay, we will now go outside the country, produce. That is the most idiotic economics I've ever seen in the entire life. Where you carry crude oil from your land, you have refineries, you have technology, have even provided what's called modular refineries. You have not made it conducive for people to bring refinery. You take your crude oil outside for local consumption outside the country. You pay dollars to do that, in dollars. You now refine it paying in dollars. You now bring it back using dollars, and then you are selling in naira. Therefore, the differentials in the financial outlay was too much. So the government asked, okay, we'll subsidize. You know, that is one of the craziest things that happened to us. We subsidize because of their inability. Meanwhile, people every day, we see the Nigerian military, joint task force, going to Niger Delta, saying they are burning down illegal refineries. What does that suggest? It suggests to you that the technology of refining crude oil is simple. If people can do it in the creeks in their backyard, if people can do it back of their kitchen, during the Biafra war, people were mobile refineries. We were moving it and producing fuel for their armory, for their vehicles and everything. So it's not rocket science to refine oil. So why this?
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Before now, we were thinking that it was going to be a two-horse race between two political parties, which is the coalition ADC and the APC, that the battle was going to be between these two, major parties. But with the defection of P2B and Kwankwaso from the ADC to the NDC right now, the power and political equation has been altered. And that means that we are going to be having, multi-parties or multiple parties with power blocks, that will contest the 2027 election. For instance, we are going to have the APC now. The ADC has people like Atiku Abubakar, Chibuike Rotimi Amechi, even El-Rufai is in detention, yes. Then in the NDC, you are going to have, obviously, P2B and, Kwankwaso. I heard also this morning that former President Jonathan has entered the race. We don't know whether he's going to, come under it, or the PDP or any other political party, but we heard he has joined the race. Now, if he joins the race and he's coming under the umbrella of PDP, then we have a lot in our hands. In the sense that these people have listed Bola Tinubu in APC, Peter Obi Kwankwaso in NDC, Atiku Abubakar, Rashmi Amici in ADC. Then, a Jonathan now coming, from the flank. That means that it's going to be a very tough contest, 2027. But be that as it may, the one that's altered the equation more is that of P2B and Kwankwaso. Now, why am I saying this? If you look at, hours after Obi and Kwankwaso left the ADC became depleted. Number of their high-profile politicians and members who were, there before supporting the group left. And they left because they said P2B has, and the Kwankwaso have left. Now, what does that mean? That means that at the end of the day, the ADC may be a weak or a weaker political party amongst the trial I've listed before. That is the APC. APC stands a great chance. Then the ADC now, having been, dismembered and lobotomized by, exit of Kwankwaso and P2B, they're going to further, more members are going to be leaving. Prominent members are going to exit the ADC, thereby draining the powers of the ADC to contest election effectively. Then the power now, the osmotic pressure now is now going to the NDC, and the NDC, I believe, with P2B there, Kwankwaso, any of them being president or vice, etc. as case may be, the power block there will be too strong, and the APC being the ruling party, you find out that Tinubu and the 31 governors, senators, etc., they are another powerful block. So I believe that the battle nearly keenly will be contested by or between the APC and the NDC, because P2B is a movement, has become a movement in Nigeria. If you look at the narrative now, some of his members, who were thinking that most of his members are going to be unhappy with him, the last move he made, but you can see that there's a mantra that is anywhere he goes, we'll go. So which means it's a movement that he has. And that movement is a very strong one. It has not been weakened, by its defection from ADC to NDC. In fact, it has even revived, or rekindled the hope that P2B has a better chance to become president of Nigeria if it contests under the NDC logo or platform, as the case may be. Now, vis-a-vis, we look at this now from this angle. You know that P2B in the southeast is a power block. In the south-south also is a power block, because a lot of youths in the southeast and south-south, I believe they are going to vote for him. In the last election, you found out that P2B was the only candidate that had over 99%, votes from a particular, region, and a block vote in the southeast. If you look at the southeast, P2B defeated all other candidates in that election by a margin of 90 to 10 or thereabout, as the case may be. There were polling stations or units that he was, there were states that he was scoring, 500 and something thousand, and the closest, candidate, which was the APC, candidate, scoring about 40. In fact, 40,000 was the highest that was scored by any candidate that was close to P2B in any of the states, and that was Imo State. So P2B defeated, the present incumbent president with thousands of votes in Imo State, and the president scored just 40,000 votes, and that was the highest any candidate could have. You could find out also that in the South South, P2B accordingly or allegedly won River State. He won Edo State. If you go to some other say Akwa Ibom about Bayelsa etc., he won. So it's going to be the same thing as it is, because people are preparing. They want him to become president, at least a president from the real South, as they call him. And a president from the South is a sympathy for a Southeastern president. That is what is giving him the go-ahead and what is giving him the zest and energy. Now, you look at it from the Kwankwaso angle. Kwankwaso right now has now become a power block, even though it's known in Kano State. But we believe that being a Muslim from the north, that some of the Muslims from the north also will have sympathy vote for him. And Kano State, where he had sway, can make inroad to Kaduna, Kebbi, etc. as the case may be. So it's going to be a titanic, a kind of a union between himself and P2B, as the case may be. Now coming to the general equation, all over you look at P2B was able to win Lagos, even at the best of Bola Ahmed Tinubu at that time, as the case may be, he was able to win Lagos, against all odds. So these are the things, these are the options we're looking at. But the Southwest is where I don't really know whether there's going to be inroads for P2B, because right now, if it were to be the coalition of ADC, yes, I would have said, okay, yes, with Makinde, etc. as the case may be, he would have been able to win, Southwest, as the case may be. But right now, I don't know his anchorman in the Southwest that is going to help him out and connect him with the people. So the Southwest is open, and right now, as I speak to you, the Southwest is still open to a Tinubu of the president or the candidate of APC. The ADC has been weakened. Rauf Aregbesola, who is the main plank and main man from the Southwest in the ADC, right now is downcast because he was trading and banking on a P2B for him to excel. But that has not happened, which means that it's going to be difficult for P2B to sweep the Southwest, as case may be. Now, coming down to what has evolved. For me, I will not even end this without even talking about the character and politics of defection. Nigerian politicians lack ideology, and because of this ideological bent, non-ideological bent, many of them, move around like prostitutes and herdsmen. If you look at it now, you see immigrant politicians, crisscrossing as if they are players of football clubs, and there's a season open for them to do transfers to various clubs. Now, look at P2B, for instance. This is the fifth, if not the sixth, defection that he has made. For me, that is not a stable character. I do not believe that a man, a leader who should, lead his flock should be so, ambulatory in terms of politics. You should be cast in a particular ideology. You don't move because you want power by all means and you are desperate. You move from place to place, seeking for power or seeking for whatever you want to, the way you want to, get power by all means possible. That is not the character of a leader. And in the politics of today, in the world, if you look at ideological bent is what is there. And all the reasons he has given is that because there is pressure within the political party. Are you saying that even if you win and become president of Nigeria through the NDC, you think you will not have pressure? You know the amount of pressure that Bola Tinubu is having right now. He's having pressure from inside of his cabinet. He's having a pressure from without, outside of his cabinet. He's having pressure, from the opposition political parties. He's having pressure from the international community to change a lot of things. He's having pressure from the Christian religious, angle. So are you saying that because of that pressure, you will now abandon the presidency and you just surrender the way you have been doing? No, I do not support it. For me, it is, personal ambition versus ideology. So this movement has to stop. So does that mean that if, for instance, in the NDC that he has gone to now, if he wins the presidency and he gets to that place, then there's a problem within the ranks of his party men. And as president, he will just say, well, he's tired. He cannot even begin to structure and restructure, the house together. He says he's tired, and the next thing he moves out and defect to any other political party as president. That will not be a good character for a leader. So that is the only area I look at. I find out that where it is Nigeria, it is the Nigerian political ecosystem. So people can accept, even when they are followers, they are there. If you look at what Chinua Achebe said in his book, The Trouble with Nigeria, he listed followership as one of the problems of Nigeria politics. And that is what I'm saying right now. The followers of political party leaders do not see him, whether he makes wrong or whenever he's wrong, they don't reprimand him. They just support him and they believe that he's always right, as the case may be. So that is the politics of Nigeria. Now, going back to the issue, as the case may be, P2B, by calculating deductions and the reducible deductions that we made, it was that he scored about 6.something million votes, for instance. Can P2B get that same amount of votes right now, having crossed from ADC to NDC? That, for me, I doubt. Why? Is because of the fact that the momentum he gathered while in ADC, as the case may be, while he defected to NDC, that momentum P2B gathered was enormous. It was energizing. I was thinking that with P2B in ADC, if he wins or become vice president to maybe Atiku Abubakar, as case may be, people will carry that momentum alongside and increase the vote he got. But right now, because the vote, because he has left ADC to NDC, it's now, for me, it's my view, might be a problem for me. The opposition will have what I call split votes, as the case may be. If it was in 2023, you see that it was the polarization of opposition that led to Bola Tinubu winning the election. Atiku had 6-point-something million or 8 million votes. Obi had about 6-point-something. If you add the two together, Atiku, Obi together, you are getting about 14-15 million votes or even 16 million votes, which would have been higher than that of President Tinubu at that time. The same thing is repeating itself. It's replicating itself right now in this particular instance. That is why you find out that APC have kept mute, they have kept quiet. They're not even talking to the opposition. They just see them as it's a done deal, as the case may be. And we people be, creating that miasma in the opposition right now, because people were thinking that, you see, when ADC came in, and P2B went, Atiku went, etc., everybody was shouting, including myself. I thought, oh, the time has come that they will capture power from Tinubu at this point in time because of ADC. But with the movement will be, that particular energy of ADC has been split into smithereens, into so many parts, as the case may be now. Prominent people are leaving. Look at Iyenaya Barebe this morning also left for Labour Party. I heard Donald Duke etc. have left. You understand? We don't know whether Adegbe is going to still remain there or leave. We don't know whether Atiku Abubakar will still remain in ADC or leave to PDP, as case may be. So this is more confusion for the opposition in Nigeria, to the advantage of Bola Tinubu, as the case may be. Nigeria politics, on the mantra that I have studied as a political historian, Nigerian politics, Obafemi Awolowo said that the most popular candidates in Nigeria do not win elections. And that is the truth. If you look at from 1979 to date, the most popular candidate in that particular election was Awolowo and Nnamdi Azikiwe. People even thought it was going to be the turn of Awolowo. But at the end of the day, his popularity could not even give him the vote. If you now go to the 1999 election, the most popular candidate was Olufalaye. What now happened? It was Obasanjo, who was able to come from prison, who was reluctant to able become the candidate of PDP, that came and won that particular election. Just the way it's been going on and on and on and on. So I believe that P2B should be very careful and make sure that he remains in ADC. Because if he further leaves the ADC because of internal wrangling, because I heard the NDC right now has an issue in court. The Nigerian courts being manipulated by the ruling party may also create a storm in NDC. So if they create that storm in NDC, we P2B jettisoning NDC now begin to go and forward to PLP, he has to be very careful and make sure that his own registration formalities are completed on time because of
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. We have with us in the studio this morning Patrick Mbanefo, who is the chairman, Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, Anambra State Branch. And this morning we're discussing bank recapitalization policy and the implications on Nigeria's economic system. You're very much welcome to the program. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to be here.
Glad to have you here as well. So let's start with what exactly is this bank recapitalization? Because a number of people don't even understand the dynamics of what that means. So can you explain it to us?
Okay, bank recapitalization. You find out that what you have there are basically two words, okay? The re and the capitalization. All right, so if you bifurcate it, you have two words. On one side, capitalization. And when you talk about capitalization, you're talking about the net worth, okay, of a business or the net worth of a bank. Okay, how much capital does the bank has in doing the business? And the re there is basically, I think it's a borrowed Latin word meaning again. And when you say re, it means that in the first place the banks are capitalized. All right, re means they want to capitalize again. And you basically ask yourself, why would they want to recapitalize since they've been capitalized before? All right, it means that it's seen that their capital is no longer sufficient, all right, to carry their business activity. Over time, it's been eroded, all right, maybe by losses or maybe by inflation or by any other thing. So recapitalization means capitalizing the banks all over again, okay, to make them stronger, to make them more resilient, and to make people to have more confidence in them, and to also enable them to support the economy better.
All right, so can you explain, you mentioned a bit on why there is a recapitalization, but I'd like you to expand more on that as to the different reasons why there is a need for that recapitalization.
Okay. Principally the chief regulators of banks, is the central bank. All right, and the world has become a global village. All right, and you find out that banks play very critical role in the economy. All right, and if anything happens to any bank here, any bank in Nigeria, there is going to be a ripple effect. There's going to be a systemic shock, in the whole system, the ecosystem. You can imagine we're here now, suddenly you hear that your bank is not paying again. Your bank, you won't concentrate here again. All right? So over time, since banks serve as financial intermediaries, all right, from between the deficit sector and the surplus sector. Okay, the surplus sector are those that have the funds. All right, the deficit sector are those that don't have the funds. Okay, and the surplus sector are not in a position to identify and determine the safe ends where they can channel their funds to, so they have to go through an intermediary, which is the banks. And that was what the banks were licensed for, were set up for. They are trained and they are in better position to give out these funds, monitor it, supervise it, and make sure the funds, come back. Over time, with economic developments, with economic downturns, all right, and with some maybe careless, should I call them careless lendings by some banks, you find out their capital has been eroded by losses. You give out loans, you're not able to collect it. And once you don't collect any loans, it affects your capital. Okay? So, the CBN identified that there could be some systemic weaknesses. And as such, they wanted the bank to recapitalize again so that it makes them more robust, makes them more resilient, it makes them have that very luxury, okay, luxury of sufficient capital to support the economy, because their principal role is to support the economy. But you must, know that the funds and capital they use in supporting the economy does not belong to them. It belongs to shareholders and also to you that have deposits in the bank. All right, when you talk about capital, capital is just the difference between a bank's total assets and total liabilities. If there is no much capital, it means that the banks will be unable or will find it difficult to meet their depositors when they come asking for the money, because they owe you as a duty to pay you as you knock on demand. You go to the bank, as long as within business hours, they must pay you. If you don't pay, then there is an issue. And the regulators will come knocking. And CBN is not interested in liquidating any bank. And that's why they give them a 2 years window to go and what? Recapitalize, so that they become more robust.
So I ask, where did they get the money from? You mentioned shareholders, you mentioned you and I, but I mean, they have to top up what they had before.
Yes.
So where does the money come from?
the money comes from the public, comes from the investors. All right, you know, you can trifurcate, you know, the what do you call it, investors into two. You have the high net worth, you have the middle net worth, you have the low net worth. The high net worth are those rich. They have so much money, and they have different windows to channel their money. Some of them don't even know where to channel their money to. Do you understand? So those ones become a major focus. All you need to do is to convince them. All right? And prove to them that that they will trust you. And that's why when the capitalization window is opened, you find out that you see bankers going from one end to the other looking for those that will deposit, will come and what do you call it, buy their shares. All right? They profile the economy. They provide the system and identify those that will be able to give them make a bulk investment. So they get the money from the system. There is money in the system. It's just that it's not well balanced. All right, you have the, like now they'll tell you, look, the middle class is actually going. So it's the low class at the top end, and there are some super rich people that will, you know, that have money to invest. Like when this whole exercise started, people were like, where are they going to raise this money for? But you need to let the bank tell you their stories now to see that most of them have actually crossed the line. So now, how does their recapitalization, how does that now translate to the broader Nigerian economic space? Yes. You know, in business, you don't say you're a businessman if you don't have capital. You can't be here nursing business ideas when you don't have funds. All right? So with the capitalization, they are in a position to lend more. They are in a position, banks are in a position to support more, support the economy more. And what does it do to the economy? The economy continues to grow. At the end of the day, you are going to have a growth in your, what do you call it, economic growth and development. All right? Take for example now, if with a lesser capital, there's what you call single obligor limit in banks. All right? I look at you, or look at your company, or look at your group. Say Signature TV now, you know, we can say we cannot give Signature TV more than XY amount. Do you understand? But with increased capital, a bank will be in a position to give you that XY amount plus. And what does it do for you? You can now expand your business. You can now start thinking of branches here and there. You can now start thinking of employing more people. So that's growth for you. Then, let me go a little bit on, bank management. All right, you have a lot of people working in banks, whether no matter the kind of group system they do. Okay, you can have a regional manager, you can have a branch manager, you can have a zonal manager. Each of them have what you call lending limits, lending approval limits. All right, with little capital, a branch manager may have an approval limit of 1 million. Meaning that on his own, he cannot lend more than 1 million to a single entity. But with increased capital, the bank can have the luxury of increasing that limit to say 5 million. So if, as a manager, you have 1 million to trade and to deal with, you can imagine that by the time you now have 5 million, your performance will definitely what? Increase. All right, so there is effect. Okay, it goes down to every stature. All right, new business initiatives, new business ideas, and at the end of the day, it impacts on the GDP of the country. And if it impacts on the GDP of the country, and if the funds are well used, you find out that the standard of living and the well-being of the people will also what? Increase. You're able to afford a car, you're able to afford a house, you're able to, you're able to invest your money and do your business, and people are able to buy because you have more money in the system. But the banks will also have to open their eyes. So I don't say there are more money to play around, and they don't now subject such facilities and such funds that they extend it to customers through what you call critical lending processes and lending procedures. Now, that brings me to ask, is there a possibility that when these banks get recapitalized, they become a bit hesitant to
lend money to these businesses in the way that you've just explained, you know, how the lending, how they would have more to give out to people, do you think that there could also be a problem of that reluctance to, you know, lend out money that aggressively?
No, I don't see the possibility of any reluctance. It's like giving them wings to fly. All right, with more capital, they are able to engage the economy more. All right, so it doesn't limit them in any way. Rather, there may be the tendency that they will be a little bit reckless
with giving.
Yeah, you know, when you have much money, there is tendency that you just spend carelessly. All right, but banks are now run very, very well. All right, and when you talk about capital, there is a standard. There is what you call capital adequacy ratio, CAR. Okay, because you know I've talked about CBN, and I've talked about the role and the importance of banks in the system. Okay, because of that importance, you find out that banks are the most regulated industry in the whole system in the world. In any economy, banks are the most regulated. You have regulators, different types of regulators, looking after the affairs of bank on off-site basis and on on-site basis. Okay, so and every day the central bank and regulators keep churning out guidelines, rules, policies, regulations, all to make sure that the banks do not what? Derail. Remember the banking crisis that we had before that led to the first round of the, capitalization. All right, in about the 1994, and you know, when you also had the world economic meltdown, that led to the liquidation of a lot of banks. But ever since then, banks have not liquidated again. Rather, you see a case of merger and acquisitions, you know, that have taken place, because CBN will not want any bank to go down because it sends wrong signal.
So that also leads me to ask, now you've mentioned mergers and what have you. If a bank is not able to meet up with the recapitalization, what then happens from that moment on?
All right, I think I should also explain a bit further for you to understand. There are different types of banking licenses. All right, there are licenses that grant you the permission to operate on the international basis, meaning that you can have international branches. Okay, so that one is commercial banking license on the international level. All right, you had their minimum capital increase from 50 billion to 500 billion. So they were asked to increase to 500 billion within a 2 years window. That terminated on April 1, 2026. All right, then you also still have commercial banking license, but this allows you to operate on national basis, meaning that you can open your branch in any part of Nigeria. All right, the former or the erstwhile minimum capital requirement was 25 billion. All right, but we're also given a 2 years window to increase it to 200 billion. Then of course you have the one you call a regional commercial banking license that had minimum authorized capital of 10 billion, and they were all asked to increase it to 50 billion within a 2 years window. Ditto the non-interest banking, that's some people call it Islamic banking, and ditto the merchant banking. So you choose the space you want to operate in. Then the CBN also fathomed that it's possible that banks may not meet this new threshold. And they gave banks options. And it's not rocket science. And what are these options? If you are not able to meet, okay, first of all, you ask yourself, how do they meet the new capital? We talked about raising of fresh issues of capital, which most of them did. whether through what do you call it, new issues, or whether through rights issues, or whether through placements, all right, which a lot of them did. Then you also have the window for mergers and acquisitions. Mergers and acquisitions means, for merger means two banks coming together. So you bring your strength, you bring your own capital, we join together, and then we'll now see where the threshold falls in. Then acquisition means where a bigger bank swallows the smaller bank, and their capital is merged together. When your capital is merged together, it means that your assets and liabilities, everything is merged together. Then the CBN also gave banks the opportunity to downgrade. Meaning, if where you are playing before is on international basis, but you are not able to make the minimum capital for the international banking, you can step down to the national. So you now start operating just within the Nigerian global space. And if you can't make the national, you can turn yourself to a regional champion. Do you understand? But where a bank does not meet any of these, which I think is going to be rare. All right? So you find that banks must find a space within these three categories, within these three outlets. All right? Unless they want to turn themselves into a microfinance bank.
Now, from your explanation of the merger and acquisition, I just want to get this clear. So with a merger, does it mean that both banks are working side by side? Or is there a bank that the other bank takes up under I'm trying to, the same thing with acquisition too.
In merger, you are coming on an equal stead. All right? You merge as one. Then you can now determine the name you're going to be answering.
Okay.
But in acquisition, the bigger bank swallows the smaller bank. So the smaller bank will now be answering the name of the bigger bank. Is that clear now?
Yes.
Will now be answering the name. So you lose your identity to the what do you call it, to the larger bank. But in merger, yes, we are equal, eyeball to eyeball, noseball to noseball. So we now sit and agree, yes, what name do we start answering going forward?
And so people who have accounts in these banks now move over, they change, when the merger or the acquisition happens, they also fall in line with that?
Yeah, definitely, because they are their customer base, all right? It's just the nomenclature that will change, all right? Maybe they'll now run new account serial numbers, but the branches, because banks work, serve their customers through branches, isn't it? So the branches are now branded in whatever you name, you know. But you know, you have to carry your customers along. You have to engage them, you have to inform them so that they will know, you know, what is going on. That's why in this exercise, banks are carrying their customers. You call a lot of meetings, all right, so that the customers can even be more informed than the bankers themselves, you understand? So you just have to be damn too close to your customers.
So let's talk about digital banking and fintechs. Where do they fall, you know, under when it comes to this recapitalization issue?
Yeah, it does not, for now, affect them. You know, digital banks are now allowed to operate as microfinance banks. So the licensing of microfinance banks affects them. The capitalization of microfinance banks affects them. So they have transited to microfinance banks now.
Okay, so this recapitalization issue does not.
This one is for the ones you call the deposit money banks, the commercial banks, the merchant banks, and the non-interest banks. Theirs have been done before, all right? Because the microfinance bank capitalization was increased not too long ago. So the digital banks are now asked to meet the capital requirements for the microfinance banks.
All right, but what for these other banks you explained that might go into mergers or acquisitions, does the same apply to these microfinance banks and these fintech banks if they are not able to meet up as well?
If they are not able to meet up
yes.
as well. Mergers and acquisitions are part of the business. So the same window is open for them.
For them as
it's
well.
It's part of the business. Even put banks aside, all right? You see companies that come together. You see one company acquiring the other. So it's part of business. So depending on what your business strategies are, as long as there is, go congruence between the two entities, all right?
One more question. Now you mentioned, when we talked about customers and, carrying the customers along. Yeah. But when we have these issues of recapitalization, or if for some reason there has to be a merger or an acquisition, most customers panic. They think their money is gone and, they have to go to another, bank. And it gets a lot of people a bit anxious. So I also want you to speak on that as well, so that people can also understand, what is at stake in things like this.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because once you hear recapitalization, it sends the first signal, a wrong signal, I will call it, that people will be getting is what's happening, what's wrong with that, so it's natural and it's normal. And that is why a lot of sensitization is required, all right? And that is also why banks should always carry their customers along, okay? And that's why in doing that, the bank should not shut their windows, in carrying out what their normal business activities should be. Okay, it shouldn't restrict you from lending. It shouldn't restrict you from reaching out to your customers. It shouldn't restrict you from, making customers' deposits available to them. All right. As long it shouldn't. In fact, public confidence at any given time shouldn't be a question that shouldn't be eroded. Just remember, banks should always remember their critical objectives at any given time and make sure that those objectives are not questioned by the customers, all right? A bank must have the objective of the profitability objective, or what some people might even call profitability, all right? Because you are in business to make money, and it is through the profits that you make that you're able to pay your shareholders, give them dividends. So continue paying dividends. That shows them that you are alive and you are in business and you are making what? Money. And corporate governance should be there. So when you are required to release your results, release results to them. Call for annual general meetings. Then banks should also make sure that their liquidity objectives is not threatened. By liquidity objectives, I mean being able to meet your short-term demands, especially from depositors that would. That's why you see every day you see depositors going to the bank to go and withdraw money. So that liquidity objective must be there. Then what I will also call solvency objectives. Liquidity objectives look at the short-term end, the daily ones. Then solvency looks at the long term. So at any given time, your customers should be able to see you as having perpetual succession, that you're not threatened. Then, of course, the safety. They should be able, confidence, the customers and the public should be able to feel safe with you. If you go now and take census and ask people, which banks do you think are you safe with, whatever, I'm sure by now all of them nobody will be questioning any banks, because the Nigerian banks have been good for some time now, all right? And with the exercise that happened, and they are strong. So that safety objectives should not be questioned. Then, of course, the development objectives, because banks are set up to support their engine for growth and development, all right? So the moment you stop supporting the economy. The moment you stop supporting your customers, then there will be what? A question. So if customers are not able to question any of these objectives, if you are carrying out these objectives, then the confidence is there. Nobody is questioning. The customers are not questioning you. So the bank should have their eyes on those objectives at any given time. Once that is done, you'll be at home, you'll be fine, and customers will not have issues with you.
Well, sir, thank you so much for joining us on the program. I enjoyed this conversation with you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Signature Morning will go on a break, and when we come back, we'll continue our discussions for the day. Do stay with us.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
You don't tire for this picture? Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of our number 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
We're back with another guest in the studio this morning, Dr. Dons Eze, who is a public affairs analyst. And this morning we're discussing the 2027 political build-up, looking at the gale of defections and the new political equations in Nigeria. You're very much welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Now, for a while now, leading up to 2027 election, we've witnessed a high level of defection and movements from one party to another. And I mean, this is something that we see during election periods, but this particular one seems more aggressive and more, broader. So in your opinion, what would you say is so different about 2027 elections compared to previous election cycles that makes the political space so heated and have so many movements?
Thank you very much. See, what is happening now is what is expected
because in Nigeria, the political equation has not been very stable. People move from one place to the other, and because of that, people look for interest. Interest is a major thing that drives defections. People are interested, want to get. There is no ideology among the Nigerian political parties. What the driving interest is, what do I get? What is my take on these things? That's why you see people moving from one political party to the other.
Okay, but you mentioned that the political equation in Nigeria has been unstable. So can you speak more on that?
If you go to 2022 election, PDP, APC were the ruling party. Were the driving force that time. Then now Labour came in to organize everything. In the southeast, for instance, Labour took the upper hand. Most of the political parties in the southeast, Labour captured them and what do you say? But in the building up to 27 election, you see, Tinubu is doing very well by making sure that they captured all the political parties. I mean, the governors. He took over the governors, and because if they're able to the governors, he must have captured can capture the things. But the people are resistant. Most people are not interested in what Tinubu is doing. But they are going to resist. With the consensus arrangement now they're making in the political parties, they have closed the gates to many people, and it's going to be a movement again. Those who are shut out will make sure that they will look for another place to make sure that they get what they want, because they have the governors were given the powers to do, I mean, capture. Were given the power to do what they want to do, and they have shut out many interested parties, and because of that, there's going to be another movement after this arrangement, and more people now move. Now, with Peter Obi come in, it's going to be another thing, because Peter Obi was a member of a coalition, but because he insists that he may not get what he wants, he now moved with Kakwaso to another political party, NTC, which is going to be another movement. And from that movement, there's going to be another movement. I'm going to move on to the last time. That's what is going to happen in the system.
So now that you mentioned opposition, let's even talk about the coalition, the opposition, generally speaking. How would you describe opposition in Nigeria, opposition parties? How would you say that they are faring so far compared to the ruling party?
They are not doing well. They are not doing well, because if they have come together, the opposition come together, they will be able to challenge the system. But because every fragmentation, they are not going to break it. I don't see how in the APC is the ruling party, but if you go to PDP is degraded. Labour is not there again, because they have a shutout. This woman is now the chairman of the Labour Party. He has only OT with himself. Obi is trying to gather momentum, but I don't know whether what happened in 2033 will happen again. It's still doubtful whether it's going to have that momentum. If you go to the north, Kwankwaso has disagreed with his former mentor, the governor of Kano State, who is now in the APC. So there's going to be a lot of movement. In the article, he's not having it well with the opposition, because he's not getting anything. Atiku has always been interested in being the president of Nigeria since 1993. He has been contesting. He never gave up. His interest is he captured
he gets the mandate. But whether he win is another thing. So the opposition are not together. And because of fragmentation, they may not have it. It's the ruling party is likely, because they are more organized more likely to get, so when we have the upper hand, that is what it's going to happen now.
So from all the things you've mentioned, you mentioned PDP, you mentioned Labour Party, you mentioned ADC, and from so far when you were taking them one by one, all of them seem to be disintegrating. What would you say is the reason behind? Why is it that the opposition they don't seem to be together?
Everybody is interested. Self-interest. They're not prepared to build a dialogical party. What they want is, I want to be president, I want to be governor, I want to be this, I want to be this. They are interested in themselves and what they're going to get, and not what the masses want. It's selfishness that is driving all this, the opposition. And the ruling party is also doing very, very well by making sure that they continue to disorganize the opposition. And the opposition continue to dissolve. Labour would have done very well before, after 23 election. But the ruling party went into it, bought the people who would have been there, and they became selfish, they become interested in themselves and not doing what the masses want. So it is the selfish interest that is driving the opposition, that is driving what is happening in Nigeria today.
So let's talk about ADC as a party, because ADC came up as a very strong opposition coalition, and somewhere along the line we started seeing leadership issues from there, court cases and what have you, and now the ADC, it seems to also be disintegrating. So looking at the ADC in particular, what, apart from the selfishness that you've spoken about, what would you say that was the deciding or determining factor to their downfall?
The ADC, as we know it, has not been one party. There are different interests. Atiku has rather only interest. ADC was seemed to have been built around Atiku. It was built around Atiku, because the leaders of ADC believe that they are going to they have prepared this party for Atiku's interest. The other people who are not there do not believe that Atiku should get the thing. Atiku always wants to be the president, and the other person will be the but the ADC is self-interest, and because they are not they are not from a coalition. They are just a coalition, not they are one political party. There's no ideological base. Everyone is interested, interest. I want to be president, and not what the people want.
So do you think that, seeing how strong APC is now, do you think that there is any opposition that can defeat APC as it stands now?
As it is difficult, because like this of interest. You go to ADC is on its own. NDC is on its own. Labour is on its own. PDP. How can all these things come together and become one political party? In 2023, if Atiku and PCB, they have come together, the total votes they got in 2023 was more than what APC got in 2023. But because they are not together, they cannot put themselves together, and that is what is going to happen again in 2027. It's so difficult for the opposition to galvanize themselves and make sure that they win the election. And as it is, for APC, it is a done deal. It's clear, unless there's a miracle, they are going to have it again.
Talking about this opposition, are you suggesting that we have one opposition party against the ruling party, or have multiple options, multiple opposition parties that have strong ideologies backing them, and people also, you know, part of the movement?
You see, in other countries, like the US, you have the Democratic Party, you have the Republican, and they have always been together, fighting for themselves, together. No matter there are small parties there, but you don't notice this, because if people who are Republicans make sure that they are Republicans. Those who are in the Democratic Party make the same thing. If you go to Britain, the Conservative Party is there. You have also the Labour. They are also together. But in Nigeria, everybody wants to be himself. Nobody wants to be at the top. We have how many political parties do you have in Nigeria? There are more than 20 political parties in Nigeria. But how many of them can make any meaning? None. It is only the because of the ruling party make sure that get it. Because ideological there's no ideology among the political parties in Nigeria. People move from one party to the other. And what part of Obi started with the APGA. From APGA, he went to PDP. From PDP, he went to Labour. He went to ADC. Now he's in PDP and ADC. You see, the same thing happened to other people. Tinubu himself moved. Tinubu was started with AD. From AD, he went to AC. From AC to ACN. From ACN to NPC. So all of them are just moving. There's no, because everybody interested. How do I get to power? How do I get to power? Not what are you going to do with the power? So that is the problem they have. And they cannot come together and build a formidable political party.
So now Obi and Kwankwaso, they have moved to the NDC, and along with them, over 19 or more lawmakers have also moved to the NDC. So do you think that this movement is of any significance right now in the political space? And do you think that the NDC, as a new opposition party, can come up enough to you know, stand against?
They can, NDC can do what they can do by winning the area they want, they have interest. But for them to dislodge the APC, it seems to be very difficult. They cannot easily dislodge APC. They can win some states, win some political parties, in the National Assembly, in the State Assembly. But for them to galvanize themselves and defeat the APC, it doesn't seem to be very, very easy for them.
But you know, some people are of the opinion that, I mean, Obi has huge support and huge followership, and so does Kwankwaso too, with his Kwankwaso movement. And the two of them, I mean, there is already this something forming. Do you not think that with the large number that both of them have as individuals coming together, do you not think that that would be enough?
In 2023, how many? Obi has 6.1 million votes or something like that. Kwankwaso has 1.8. If you put them, they cannot win the election. If you put them together, there's also don't forget that Atiku is also fighting for himself. The Labour people are fighting. The PDP, the remaining party, are still fighting. Because if APC, if ADC, NDC, Labour Party, PDP, if they come together, they can easily defeat the APC. But because they cannot come together, it is difficult for them to defeat the APC.
So earlier on, you mentioned that our political parties are not run by ideologies, but selfish interest. And so far, looking at what has currently been playing out, how would you say that this is affecting democracy in Nigeria?
It's just affecting democracy. What we have now is democracy of the stomach. If you have money, okay, they share rice to people. not because of because people are hungry. Make sure that if there's no democracy in Nigeria, it is interest, power, interest that is, and poverty that is driving the system. Because the people have paparazzi, and once you have that money, you share. You have rights, you share. They are not. If you do the election will soon come. You see that many people are only interested in get in the rights they're going to get, and 2,000 naira they're going to shift at them, and they say there's no democracy. No, that because the people are interested, they're not even sure, they're not happy with what is happening in the system. They only after their stomach. If you have enough money, if you have money, you can share it, and anything goes.
So would you say that Nigeria is on the verge of becoming a one-party state?
It may not be one-party state, but it is going to be, because after Tinubu must succeed in winning the 2027 election, but subsequently he may not get the center. His only interest now is, I want to get power, I want to be president. That is what Tinubu said. He's not packaging the other people. After the 2027 election, they're going to be in this integration among the political parties.
So now let's talk about the voters and the people, because earlier you mentioned when election comes they'll share bags of rice and money, and people, of course, they're after their stomachs, they're not happy with what is happening in the country. How could this affect loyalty and alliances within the citizens, and what could possibly play out with voter turnout in the elections?
They're going to be voter apathy in 2027 election. Most people are not happy with what's happening in the system. Though there are people who have their own ideology. Because for me to go and vote for this person, I will not vote. Instead, I go and tell my vote. The people, you see them in 2027. Many youths are going to be in the football, playing football, rather than going to vote. Some elite, rather than waste their time, they will be watching TV. They will not go to vote. So there's going to be a lot of apathy in the system, because people are not happy with what is happening. Those who have conscience will know that instead of my going to vote for this person, I'd rather destroy my vote. I will not go and vote. So that is going to happen. There's going to be a lot of apathy during the election.
What about youth? How do you see youth participation in politics?
The youth have been paparazzi. There's no years, for so many years, a lot of unemployment. How you go ask people to go and, unless they're going to be thugs. The youth are not interested in what is happening, because they have no base, they have no reason to go and say, we're going to vote for this person or not vote for a person. So the youth are enchanted with what is happening in the system.
So how can we turn this narrative around? Do you see any solution or anything that can be done to, improve our political space and what goes on in the political scene, so that we can start from there to get better?
Peter Obi would have been the best thing to turn Nigeria around. But because of this movement, so he has not been stable in one political party. If I had been stable in one political, I say, I'm not sure this party I'm going to build it. And the youth would have interest in him, and they work with him. But since they are moving, he can guarantee that he's going to do any magic between now and February next year. I don't see the miracle he's going to do, but because of movement, some people are not comfortable that is going to, not sure that is going to do any miracle. People, the youth, most youth are seeing you Peter as a hope. But that hope, what that hope is going to translate to election victory, it's not so easy.
Okay, but apart from P2B as an individual, what else needs to be put in place? It doesn't have to be just him, but like generally speaking, the institution as a whole.
There's no institution, because we talk of ideology. There's no ideology. If you say this party, this person, PDP is disintegrated, Labour is not there, P2B as an individual, he cannot do miracle. And there's no cohesion among the political parties. So it is difficult, it is doubtful whether there's going to be any movement of people, whether there could be any change of the system.
Okay, so from the root of the problem, which is lack of political ideology, how do we start to sensitize people or make them, people in these parties, understand how to have ideologies first, so that, you know, at least the foundation, they have a strong foundation to start with, and then...
What we are doing in Nigeria is we are building individuals and not building institution. Institution is not there. Institutional framework is there. If you are doing, if there's an institution, you build this institution, it will help people to work together and know what they are fighting for. But for an individual to say, I'm going to be this, I'm going to be this, I'm going to that, tell me what Tinubu has done as an individual, as a APC, as a political party. What they have done? What have they done? The same to other political parties. They have not been able to do anything. So institutional framework is very, very important. It is not institution. You build the institution. It's not, the Labour Party, Democratic Party is not built around the Trump or the other person who is in the Democratic Party. It is the institution. The institution is an institutional framework. It's not there.
Now, I want to hear your thoughts on this power rotation issue between the North and the South, because even you mentioned Atiku wanting to become the president, and that has also created some form of disagreement, particularly, I mean, the South is still supposed to, but then we see someone from the North still trying to. So what's your opinion around this whole zoning and power rotation dynamics that we have?
Rotation or zoning system started with the old NPN. That started this zoning system. During the Second Republic, that zoning arrangement was what saved Shehu Shagari as then president. The institutional, they made it short that system worked. In after Shagari was overthrown, if he had not been overthrown, the hope was that Alex Ekweme would have succeeded him in power. So, because of NPN arrangement, that is that zonal system, and so because how Nigeria, if you example what is happening in Nigeria, the hope was going to be a rotation of power between the North and the South, which was a very, very very good arrangement. Even the First Republic, Azikiwe and the Prime Minister, Tafawa Balewa, was able to share power, and it helped to make Nigeria agree among themselves. But if you say, not let them North, because they are supposedly in majority, take everything, nobody will be happy. So because that zoning arrangement is helping to stabilize the system. If it has continued, then in this arrangement, the Fourth Republic, this man, Obasanjo was able to have it. After Obasanjo, there was Yar'Adua. Yar'Adua, because of death, he could not continue. Jonathan took over. After Jonathan, then you come Buhari. They will have that balance of power between the north and south, and it's helping to stabilize the system. But if you say one side will get it, all people will not be happy, and there got to be a lot of problem in the country.
Thank you so much, Dr. Daunt Eze, for joining us this morning to talk about the political space in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Daunt Eze is a public affairs analyst, and we just spoke about 2027 elections, build-up rather, the gale of defections and the new equations in Nigeria's political space. And that sums up our discussions from our ENUGU studios this morning. Thank you so much for joining us and for being a part of the program. Don't go anywhere as the show continues right after this break. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Comes back. I alluded to, pardon me, Agberoism. If a tax officer, special tax officer, can enter my premises, seize my vehicles, seize my tables, maybe dismantle my air conditioners, seize my cameras, and without an order of the court.
Yes.
Of what use are the courts if the courts cannot protect me? Because it means this law has ousted the authority of the courts. I can only run to the courts, but the courts will refer me to the law, that they have right under the law to seize those things without the order of the court.
That is the issue.
Did the National Assembly see this?
That is the surprising part of it. But the irony is that they are all going to be victims and they will start shouting. Just like the previous Attorney General of the Federation is now shouting. I was surprised that what he brought out, the precedents he set, he's been called to follow it and he's complaining. Everybody, in fact, most of these persons that took part in passing this law, I'm sure they never knew what they were doing. They never knew what they are doing. The law is unfortunately obnoxious, and I don't think it's even those who sign.
Yeah, but even those who signed the law, even the presidency, even the Office of the Accountant General of this federation, is allowing a clause on this train to be inserted in modern law, tax law in Nigeria.
Is there? It violates the Constitution. The right to fair hearing is being violated. The various conventions, AU conventions, UN conventions, they are all violated by this law. So you don't go all out straight to collect what you call revenue. Revenue for what? Is it not you collect revenue for our welfare? And in the process, you have created serious disenchantment and impoverishment in the law. And I'm so surprised the level of campaign that is even going on to tell us how good the law is. Do you need to do all that?
Anyway, this part of it, please, I think those of them, because they have created a them and us, those of them in National Assembly, those of them in law practice, should please look at this again, and maybe, since it has already been signed, they may ask for amendment, because I would not want somebody to barge into my house, take away my TV while I'm watching something with my grandchildren, because I've not paid tax. When there should be a procedure. Take me to court if that is the case, and then let the court force me. Now let me look at the next section 62. Now, following from the powers to restrain, that is this enforcement of powers.
Yes, it's the same thing. Enforcement, very, very obnoxious, very, very violent. And in fact, they need to recruit those of them that you think are in the forest now to do these things. Because that section is actually formalizing the activities of the forest difficult people. I don't want to start. You get the point? Because if you look at that law, then you wonder how a tax official paid by taxpayers' money will now be constituted into a special purpose tax officer who has the power of the police and who can enlist the services of the security agency at any time. I mean, are we at war? I mean, Nigerians have a limit of endurance. The lessons from history it does not appear that those who took part in this law participated. And that was why during the public hearing, those that were allowed to speak were predetermined. You can't just walk in and talk. Some of them they will have even told you to remove certain things and all that. So that enforcement powers and the tax investigation itself, the tax investigation, it means for 6 years anybody can swoop into your books and all that and use it to justify every of those other actions. But the problem is, if you are crediting the professional that should serve me and I'm paying for it, he is loyal to you, how do you come back to talk of investigations going forward? And it's a 6-year period. Your books can be, they can investigate.
It was you who accredited who assessed
that is the
and
point.
caused me to pay or not to pay.
Then within 6 years, you are still open for a reassessment, a revisitation. And there's another provision there where the revenue itself can appoint an agent who will take possession of your funds, take possession of the resources, and pay the tax. It's allowed by law. You can have access to your resources, have access to your funds, and use it to pay the law under the provision that deals with substitution. There's a substitution provision, which perhaps they might have copied from the France, the Yellow Vest campaign. That is a provision that caused public protest that has been dropped in France. That is what they brought there. Now, that is also a provision that caused a major riot in 2024 in Kenya. That set Kenya very hot, which was also dropped by the current Ruto administration. This is the same provision that the MPP government in Ghana introduced towards the end of that tenure. That was one of the reasons why he has to lose the election. The levy and all that. They've all been dropped. So now, how do you talk of investigation? Your the investigation can go on for the last 6 years and all that. While the tax authority itself, when you talk of accountability, is given a window of 6 months between which the FIRS now, which will be the revenue service late from January, should submit an account 6 months. And the depth of accountability required of the current day FIR is so weak that they are not even made to be accountable. In same jurisdictions, like the US and others, you are required to also, beyond submitting a detailed accounts, you submit what we call domestic reports. That is the unpainted reality of the status of your financial transaction before the final audit, which will now be a painted, it's like a painted house. The letter of exception, otherwise known as domestic report, is seeing the house when it's under construction, the kind of road, these are beyond the painting. And the audited report, in simple language, is the painted version. It's always a two-page paper. Then I was shocked that the tax law did not require long form audit reports instead of the short form. Long form audit report, that is, you go via the trial balance, bring all the charts of account, bring the issues you have raised as the auditor, the report of the management, and your final position as a professional on each item on the account, on the chart of account, not a global, usually repetitive language. This kind of tax law goes with long form audit reports. It does not go with short form audit reports.
So that the picture is clear.
Both ways, so that I can allow you to, it's like a father who has a stringent rule on alcohol and tobacco, yet in his own room he has no, it can't work. That's the situation we are now. That's the situation we are. If you are to exhibit that level of discipline, such level of misfeasance should not be found among you. We want to see a legal framework that will move from short form audit reports to long form audit reports, so that if I pay you and you have all the leverages and leeway to get the money, it should be judiciously applied. Therefore, the audited report must be clear, transparent, and open to rigorous engagement on both ways, because nobody is an angel. Because angels live in the terrestrial plane. This is a mortal arrangement.
And here we are talking about a Nigerian mortal situation.
Yes.
This is in Nigeria.
There is no angel here. And the earlier we understand that, the better. The only thing that can force you to behave like an angel is where the repercussion for being a devil is so heavy. Then that becomes the singular disincentive to committing malfeasance and becoming a nuisance.
And that's why there's hell.
To humanity.
That's why there's hell.
That's the problem. So that's because when you look at the weight of engagement, tightening the news on the taxpayer, the tax collector news is being wide and open. His belly will be getting fatter.
Well, but
by the day.
Our president calls it widening the tax net for national development.
No, it doesn't develop. After all, what is development? There is also a counterfactual argument. While in some jurisdictions, people are now saying, paying tax, what is the ultimate objective? Is it not to improve the well-being of the citizens? Now, where you are not, you have shown that you are not competent, in quotes, in providing that level of livelihood, then you allow the people,
morally speaking,
yes, you allow them to actually make it organic, because for every 1 naira you live in the hands of a household, it is an organic development. The children will be well fed, schools, then the father can really discipline the children, because if you cannot provide certain things, there's a level of indiscipline that you must allow. But once you have more disposable income
to take care of your
you are
family,
in a more position to sit down here, do that. That's the point we're making. It's not the objective of tax, actually, to make well-being more reasonable. Then,
Prof, I have a bigger fear. That's a bigger fear. If my producer can once again bring up those sections, there's one that makes me a little bit uncomfortable, and that is section 78, who says the power of the president to exempt companies from income tax. If in the layman's language, if I understand it, the president can say, Mwabweze and Mwabweze multinational, Mwabweze and Mwabweze street sweepers limited, you should not pay income tax. Is that what that law is saying?
Yes, and it's so. I read it 5 times. Very short provision, but I want to be sure. Then I went to collect another act, another copy, to check whether it's a printer's devil, and I saw that that is the provision. Why on earth can that provision be there? There is no such example anywhere in the world where the president himself is a taxpayer. Even if you himself a taxpayer, he has income.
Yes, he is.
So he has capital gains before becoming president or even as president. He has interest here and there that will be paying taxes. Now, how can you put that kind of law there? These are the kind of provisions that will propel an appetite that will become unquenchable going forward. Because when the perquisites and the privileges are so massive, a man will start thinking, am I not God? Don't you know I'm not God? When I can say, you don't pay tax, subject to, according to the provision, approval by National Assembly. And you can see how National Assembly approves. You can see it, subject to the approval. When they feel it is expedient, how do you define expediency? I mean, if the president is saying don't pay tax, is it not already expedient? It's already expedient. So that section is a very dangerous section. Believe you me, it's a very dangerous. Even if you have an angel today, that's a mistake we make. You say these are.
But we've established that there are no angels, yeah?
Yes.
There are no angels.
Okay, good.
There should be laws.
Yes. So this provision is very dangerous because it nullifies the entire law. And you dare not do that. It nullifies the entire hurdles we're all going through. If at the end, a person, an individual, can say, don't pay tax.
In other words, in fact, don't obey this law.
Haba, don't pay tax. I'm not sure whether, I don't know, I'm still not at peace with myself that what I read is correct. But that is what it is. Because I read it 5 times. So there is nowhere in the world where a president can say you should not pay tax. Meanwhile, the power of this train is there. Some people's property can be seized because they've not paid up to what they're supposed to pay.
My door can be broken and people enter.
And the assessment. Even in law, you have layers of appellate courts. So that even you can start a matter in the magistrate court and you end up in the Supreme Court. So even the judicial system, the people that feel they are experts in law are not even arrogating to themselves the ultimate power of finality. Whenever they take a decision, they still allow it to go to another level. And that is why from the magistrate court, 1 person, high courts, 1. From appeal, it's no more 1 person. It's no more 1 person. So why is that provision there? That is why I'm saying this law is not yet ready for implementation. It has to be looked into seriously because there are serious draconian provisions there that will even embarrass the presidency. How can that section 8 be in a law that we are saying is a reform? Because before reform, you must have performed. This is a situation where apparently where we are looks better than where we want to enter. And this and that layers of people still go to court and challenge them. A lot of people still win cases. Just like the VIO have been asked not to seize anybody's vehicle again and all that without an order of a court. But the Revenue Board is asking the jurisdiction of the court.
You can move and seize my property.
And nobody is talking about it. Whoever must have found himself by accident of employment as a staff of FIRS is now a super police officer. In fact, he has powers more than a court. That anybody in a sane society can carry out any enforcement that is above the court is a big question. It is an abuse of the Constitution, because whatever law you are making must be in line with the constitutional provision for fundamental right for fair hearing. So now, the law did not go further in this section 78. It did not go to specify the requirements and the procedures, the audit processes that must go through, who should recommend to the president, under what condition can that happen. It means if I'm in competition with you, and perhaps the president says you don't pay tax, when you are liable to billions. How can we be talking of all the royalties, everything coming, and you are even in foreign currency, and you are saying the president can say somebody should not pay tax if and is subject to approval by National Assembly, and you know the way the National Assembly does their approvals. You will just come and bow and go. This time you may not even be allowed to come in. As you are coming, they will say just go from the gate. You've done well. They will make it, and they will just send you. You turn back, turn and go. From bow and go, we get to turn and go. That's what this thing will lead to. Because if this type of law can be passed in this country, and they forgot there is cross comparison of fiscal legislations, they've forgotten that. They've forgotten that this law have subjugated the monetary authority 100% to the fiscal authority. We're talking of recapitalization of banks from next year. We're introducing that. It's also coming up with this new tax law, and people are already having a perception that their banking transactions may be jeopardized, because the power of this train actually relates to your bank account being torpedoed. That is the truth. These powers of investigation with the extensive provision of special purpose tax officers who have powers of a police officer. Remember, a police officer can get to a bank and issue an order.
Without waiting for a court?
Yes, that your account is under investigation. They will block your account. The timing is wrong. It may be subject to misinterpretation. It may be subject to misinterpretation in view of where we're entering in 2026. It is an election year. You cannot create such a scenario and you want everybody to believe that, it is not, it cannot be related to something. Just like when the currency was being changed during the last election. All our funds were seized and all that. You cannot provide a formal, seemingly legal way of stupefying the free flow of resources to the common man in on the street who have labored to buy orange, suffer through. So that is an issue. It could be an honest provision, but it is dangerous. It's not supposed to be there. I mean, our laws are being checked by others too. We engage in analysis, we engage in cross-country comparison, and you make yourself look like a laughingstock. I was at a session somewhere in Boston in August, and we're reviewing the global tax economic history of countries, just the history of taxation, to see how taxation has helped development. The findings were horrible. The findings were horrible. More developments were recorded in countries that seemingly do not emphasize this issue of come and pay, because the come and pay people put the thing in their pockets, especially in developing countries.
Very quickly, Prof, my producer has given me a signal. There are some provisions of this law that will also be effective from January. Let me just take one that bothers me, and that is the 5% hydrocarbon tax. 5% on petrol, on diesel, on aviation fuel, on industrial oils, but not on kerosene, domestic kerosene, not on CNG and LPG. Nigeria's transport system, vehicular motor transport system, is still heavily dependent on diesel and petrol. With additional 5% tax on it, the industrial oils, industries are folding because the cost of business is high. You put extra 5% tax on it. The airlines, Nigerian air travelers are really complaining of cost of flight tickets, and they put 5% tax on aviation fuel. In economic terms, what economic outlook can this mean from January?
Yeah, it's just like most other issues around what we're expecting. The manner and the content of this law have generated a lot of tensions. Most people are tensed up, and people are just waiting to say, okay, let the January come, let us see what it looks like. But for me, those nitty-gritty details of percentages are usually not object of law specifications. They're operational issues, which the minister, the dynamics of the environment can even
and
Trump
can even adjust.
Even Trump changes. You see how many times he has changed his tariffs there and there eventually. So it's not supposed to be a provision of law that will now require you coming to amend the law
for it to have
for a
effect.
redress. There could be some redress that we will require in 2 days if it is purely policy level at the threshold of the minister and all that. You can always issue directive on. So those percentages makes little or no sense.
Being part of law.
Being part of law.
Well, they are part of law.
They are now part of law now. They are supposed to, the law is supposed to have macro provisions for which the details, the exact operational details will derive from the law, so that the action will be subject to legal interpretation. That is how you link up the 3 arms of government. But by the time you say this and that should be 15%, so whatever I do 15% on is already legal, without looking at the substance of how we came to that. So that is the question with that. The idea is to get more money and all that for the government, but as you can see, it's obviously going to lead to higher costs, which the Lafarge curve have already explained. It's a French economist, Philippe Lafarge, that at a point, when you keep on increasing the tax rates, it will be rising. When it gets to the peak, it goes negative. It must hit the 0 vertex and go to negative range. So by the time you over-militarize tax collection and revenue generation, eventually you may be worse off. That is what the experience of history have shown. That when you over-militarize collection, when you are so aggressive on collecting without the quality of what you have collected before, without also matching it to the quality of life and well-being of the citizens, you will misfire. Because what are you basing tax on? Is it not an economic activity? Businesses are folding up, no jobs are not there, people cannot move freely. The farmers, I used to know a very big farm, 70% of our earlier farming capacity have gone down, 0. Now the importation that was done have further destroyed all the effort of the farmers. They can't make any profit out of it. So what tax are you talking about? And it is the agri sector that provides the real input for industry. And that is why, if you look around our state governors, nobody is talking of industrialization. Nobody is talking of production. Government is telling you that their business is not to do business. But so their business is to collect money from business. They do business. Do business so that I have a feel of what it looks like. Most jurisdictions are engaging in businesses. British Airways, go to all these same countries. They are the Chinese. Most of these construction firms and all this then are owned by government. Why can't we have a hybrid? So that if you, who is approving, awarding contracts,
you know the pain of it,
you come and have a small pain so that you can
you
understand
know,
what we're talking about. Pay tax from where? Where would the money come from? The prices are skyrocketing. The NEPA utilities are charging all kinds of things and you must pay. You spend an average of 20,000 in 4 days under band A, for which you have no control. People are paying through their nose.
And the income is not coming in
it's
that
not
way.
coming in. Then you spend a hell on security. As it is now, security is purely a private matter. You have to pay for your security. Now, that's the point we're making. Now, it doesn't mean that the 11,170 policemen that were withdrawn from VIPs will be deployed into FIRS as special purpose officers. And when that happens, you can imagine what Nigerians will see.
Well, if I allow Prof, there's so much more to talk about this new tax law. January 1, 2026. Is it the coming of doomsday, Armageddon? Or can we listen to the government that says, not to worry, it is in fact the coming of boomsday, because the tax is going to create so much wealth that the government will be enabled to meet its obligations to the people. But are you obliged to the debt? Well, I don't want to quote Charles Dickens this morning because I've asked questions. But, hello, Mr. Government. Charles Dickens says, ask no questions and you'll be told no lies. But I've asked Prof questions, and January 1 doesn't seem to have a lot of sunshine in it. But let's see. Let us see. All I can do is to thank Prof. Prof, thank you very much for coming to the program.
Thank you very much.
Well, this conversation is serious. I'm sure there'll be more episodes on this tax matter because the other Northern Elders Forum or the Arewa Consultative Forum is raising issues about the Memorandum of Understanding between the Federal Inland Revenue Service, as it is now, and the French tax authorities. And from what Prof has said this morning, the history of taxation in France is not one to be emulated. We don't want no riots, as Americans will say it here. We want harmony. We want development. We want peace. My name is Mwabo Zenjako. For January 1, get ready to pay your tax. And good morning.
Hello and welcome once again to Gender Perspective. It's a pleasure to have you join us on the program. Now on this episode, we will be discussing shared parenting and custody. Now these are often talked about as legal arrangements, but for many families, they are lived realities that are shaped by gender. For generations, mothers have been seen as the primary caregivers and fathers as the providers, and those expectations still influence who gets custody, who carries the daily care, and who is expected to step up after separation. Now, as more families move towards shared parenting, important questions emerge. Is this system truly equal for men and women? Who benefits and who bears the hidden costs? Well, today we examine shared parenting, exploring power, fairness, and the real-life implications for parents and children. It's about roles, responsibility, and what parenting means in today's society. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and I'll be with you right after this short break.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Welcome back. Now, to understand how shared parenting and custody really work in practice, we need to look beyond the opinions and into evidence. So let's look at our background report, which examines how custody laws have evolved, how decisions are made, and how gender continues to shape outcomes, often in ways that aren't immediately visible. It looks at who is more likely to gain shared custody, how caregiving history and economic power matter, and what the impact is on children and parents.
Child custody arrangements have undergone significant transformation over the past several decades, reflecting broader social changes in family structures, gender roles, and understandings of child welfare. Traditionally, custody decisions following separation or divorce favored one parent, most often the mother, based on assumptions about caregiving roles and children's emotional needs. However, the growing recognition of both parents' roles in a child's development has led to the increasing adoption of shared parenting and shared custody models. While these arrangements are often promoted as progressive and gender-neutral, their implementation raises complex legal, social, economic, and psychological implications that merit careful examination. Shared parenting generally refers to an arrangement in which both parents actively participate in raising their child after separation, sharing decision-making authority and caregiving responsibilities. Shared custody may involve equal or near-equal physical custody, or it may refer primarily to joint legal custody while physical residence remains uneven. The rationale behind shared parenting is grounded in the belief that children benefit from maintaining meaningful relationships with both parents. This model also aligns with contemporary ideals of gender equality, challenging the notion that caregiving is inherently maternal and positioning fathers as equally capable caregivers. From a legal perspective, shared parenting has emerged as part of broader family law reforms aimed at prioritizing the best interest of the child. Many jurisdictions have moved toward encouraging or presuming shared custody, particularly where both parents are deemed fit and willing. On paper, these reforms are gender-neutral, emphasizing parental capacity rather than parental sex. However, in practice, custody determinations remain influenced by judicial discretion, cultural norms, and socioeconomic realities. As a result, the promise of equality embedded in shared parenting laws does not always translate into equitable outcomes. One of the most significant implications of shared parenting lies in its relationship to gender roles and expectations. Historically, women have borne the primary responsibility for childcare, often at the expense of career advancement and economic independence. Shared parenting has the potential to redistribute care work more evenly, enabling mothers to pursue employment and personal development while encouraging fathers to engage more fully in day-to-day parenting. In this sense, shared custody can function as a mechanism for advancing gender equality within families. However, critics argue that shared parenting may also place disproportionate burdens on mothers, particularly in contexts where structural inequalities persist. Women, on average, continue to earn less than men and are more likely to adjust their work lives around caregiving responsibilities. In such circumstances, equal custody arrangements may ignore unequal access to resources, flexible employment, and housing stability. Rather than leveling the playing field, shared parenting can sometimes obscure underlying gendered inequalities by assuming both parents are equally positioned to share responsibilities. The implications for fathers are equally complex. Shared parenting has been championed by fathers' rights advocates as a corrective to perceived bias in custody decisions. For many fathers, shared custody provides greater recognition of their parental identity and emotional bonds with their children. It challenges traditional models of masculinity that prioritize breadwinning over caregiving and affirms fathers as nurturing, competent parents. Nonetheless, the success of shared parenting for fathers often depends on their prior involvement in childcare, workplace flexibility, and social support, factors that are unevenly distributed across class and culture. Beyond parental interest, the impact on children remains the central consideration in custody arrangements. Proponents of shared parenting argue that children benefit emotionally, psychologically, and socially from sustained contact with both parents. Research suggests that, in low-conflict situations, shared custody can support children's sense of security and reduce feelings of loss associated with parental separation. Children may also benefit from exposure to diverse parenting styles and more balanced role modeling across genders. At the same time, shared parenting is not universally beneficial. Frequent transitions between households can create instability, particularly for younger children. High levels of parental conflict may expose children to ongoing stress, undermining the potential advantages of shared custody. In such cases, the insistence on equal parenting time may prioritize parental rights over children's emotional well-being. This raises critical questions about whether shared parenting should be encouraged as a default arrangement or assessed strictly on a case-by-case basis. Economic implications further complicate shared custody arrangements. Shared parenting often affects child support obligations, housing needs, and access to public benefits. Parents may need to maintain two adequately equipped households, a requirement that can disadvantage lower-income families. Because economic inequality is itself gendered, with women more likely to experience post-separation financial hardship, shared parenting can unintentionally exacerbate existing disparities. These realities challenge the assumption that shared custody is equally feasible or fair for all families. Particularly contentious are shared parenting arrangements in cases involving domestic violence or high power imbalances. Critics argue that mandatory or presumed shared custody can place survivors, most often women and children, at risk by forcing continued interaction with abusive partners. In such context, shared parenting may function less as a model of cooperation and more as a tool of control. This has led to calls for stronger safeguards, nuanced risk assessments, and greater judicial sensitivity to gendered patterns of abuse. Overall, shared parenting represents a significant shift in how societies understand family, gender, and child welfare after separation. While it offers the promise of greater gender equality and sustained parental involvement, its implications are neither uniform nor universally positive. The effectiveness of shared custody depends on legal frameworks, social supports, economic conditions, and, crucially, the quality of parental relationships. In conclusion, shared parenting and custody arrangements sit at the intersection of law, gender, and child development. They challenge traditional assumptions about motherhood and fatherhood while exposing persistent inequalities that shape family life. A balanced approach, one that recognizes the value of shared parenting without imposing it rigidly, is essential. Ultimately, the goal of custody law should not be formal equality between parents, but substantive fairness that genuinely serves the best interest of the child.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
And now it's time for our discussion segment. In the studio with me is Dr. Namaka Ilodigwe. She is the founder and executive director, Women and Child Justice Initiative Nigeria. She's also a lawyer, offering her unique perspective on how shared parenting works in theory, how it plays out in practice, and how gender expectations continue to shape both. We're glad to have you today.
Thank you, Signature TV, for having me. It's good to be here once more.
Yes, it's good to be here once again.
Yeah.
So let's talk about this issue of, custody. In your experience, how do you see traditional roles and ideas about parenting, motherhood, fatherhood? How do you see it play out when it comes to custody outcomes, or who gets to have custody of the children?
Okay, thank you, Lucy. Traditionally, Africa, our culture, they believe that the man is the head of the family. Everything belonging to the decision concerning the child or the children of the home belongs to their father. Most times the wife or the mother is relegated to the background. In fact, if you can take example from even where a daughter will get married, the woman is not given permission to say anything or to take any decision. So that's in traditionally, the father is in charge of the care of the children. The mother is just, I don't know how to, she's even regarded as part of the property owned by the man. So she has no say, she has no decision to give in terms of parenting.
So what about when it comes to the legal aspect of it?
Okay, legally. Now, legally, we have shared parenting. We have two forms. We could also call it joint parenting. Legally, both parents have the right over the child or the children. We have the legal form where the court says responsibilities concerning the child or the children is shared between both parents, both the father and the mother. And then if you go to the Child Rights Act, which we have, that is being implemented here in ENUGU State, which is taken from the Convention on the Right of the Child all over. It's a law that protects the right of the child. It gives both parents the right over the child. No parent is subordinated. Both of them have absolute right over the child or the children. So the other one is legal. You could also say physical parenting, shared parenting, where the child is made maybe to live with one parent, and then they share the responsibilities concerning the child. That is also another form. But basically in law, the child or the responsibility concerning the child belongs to both parents. Nobody is relegated to the background in terms of responsibilities concerning the children.
But do you see cases where there are issues of maybe economic imbalance or power play that also affect who gets to, have custody of the children?
Yes, in as much as we say that the responsibility belongs to both parents legally, there are circumstances that the court will consider. And in all issues that is relating to a child, you go to the CRC, as I mentioned before, the CRA, you talk about the best interest of the child. So at this point, when there are issues, or maybe parents are separated or divorced, the court will look at what is the best interest of these children at this point. And some of those best interest decisions could come from, is the mother capable? So it's not an emotional thing. The court does not deal with emotions. Is the mother capable? Does she have questionable character? Or has there been, on the part of the man, are there issues of violence? Okay, has there been allegations or confirmed cases of violence against the children or against the wife? These are some of, and then the courts can also look at who will best take care of these children and provide for their welfare. So when it comes to that, the court looks at some of these things to decide whether the parenting goes to the custody now, not the parenting, because both of them have the right to, but now the custody, who now takes the custody of the child. And by this custody, I simply mean that who will the children be living with? Who will now, that the fact that the children are living with Miss A or the father does not deny the mother access to the children. She still has, according to the CRC, unlimited access to see her children. And even decision makings that concerns that child, the father must also get her involved in taking decisions. He cannot do it absolutely.
But we see situations where things like this happen, where the mother does not get access to see the child or is not involved in, the decision-making process.
Okay, it happens. Like I said, Africa, if it's where, let me use an example, most of the cases I even had last week, I had most of the cases of children, these issues of custody of children. You see over little issue, over little provocation, the man says, leave my house. And then maybe, or it may not even be the man saying, leave my house. The woman decides, I'm done with this marriage. I cannot go through this domestic violence again. She runs away from the home with the children. Okay, and we call this parental abduction. She takes the children. One of the cases we had, she took the 3 children, ran away when her husband left the home, and then ran to a very remote area. Of course, we sent the police. Thank God for area command here. They have been really very helpful. And then when we wrote them, they sought for the children. And then when they got the children, we brought the kid with the woman and the man to the office, and we told the woman, you have no absolute right to take away your children. This is the trend now. And I also want to use this medium to tell women, I don't know who gives them such advice, that when there are issues concerning them and their husbands, they run away with the children. Some will run as far as Imo State. Some will run as far as Lagos. We have had cases of where we had to use the police to get them back from Lagos or even from Abuja. So one of them threatened to go to, what is this television that is trending, to go and report her husband, that the man is molesting her and abusing her. But she had run away from the children, with the children. And we told her, the contention here is no longer you and your husband. The contention is the children. And ENUGU State has also passed the law. And most times when they take the children away, they deny them education. They keep them off from going to school because they don't want their father to see them. Some of them will even use it as a threat to tell their father, you will never see your children again. So some of these things it's not proper. Once there are issues between, marriage is not by force. I always say that. Sometimes some of my colleagues will tell me, don't say that you're a Christian. I tell them, I still maintain that marriage is not by force. Where a man batters a woman, beats her under the slightest provocation, he beats her up, he does not feed her. The woman that comes, I told the woman, you had a case. Because if your husband is not feeding you, the children are 5 years, 3 years, and 1 year. Okay, he's not feeding you people. He has another woman somewhere where he spends most of his time. Why do you have to run away? There are NGOs that you can go to, and this matter will be even resolved in your favor. But most times, they don't want to do that. They run away. And they feel going to a lawyer is so much money. No, there are some NGOs that are free. For example, the one we run is free for women. We do most of the things for them. We advise them. We handle their cases free of charge because we know how women go through. So it's not necessary for you to run away with your children. Report these cases and it will be handled properly. And once a case of abduction comes before the court looks at the woman as irresponsible. Why would you run away with your children, denying your husband access to your children? So the best thing is for you to come up report this matter and it will be handled properly.
Now, these women that abduct their children or run away with their children, does the court also look at maybe the possible reasons? Because while we say go to the lawyers or go to an NGO, depending on the degree of possibly violence or whatever it is she could be experiencing, you know, sometimes like the first action, let me just take this action first while I'm trying to find. So are there also, do you also look at all those other factors that could also lead to that action from the woman?
You know that basically there may be issues between husband and wife. The children must not get in between those matters. The issue concerning children are totally different. If your husband is abusing you, it is a matter of concern for you to report or even file an action against your husband for domestic violence. But when it comes to you bringing in your children into a matter between you and your husband, you are now going overboard. You are going overboard. And you know what? Most women do it. I've been in NGO work for over a decade. So most of them do it to hurt the man. And some of them do it, maybe I want to run away, I don't want my children to stay here, I don't know, you know mothers, how we are, our heart towards our children. I don't know what might happen to my child if I leave. But you are not doing it the right way. Okay? If the man is abusing you, the proper thing is to seek help, report. Don't wait until you are dead. Gone are those days when we say we Africans, we hide. It's a taboo for a woman to report. Even most times when they report some of these cases, you find out their community members, the man will go around and telling them, my wife reported me to a court. She has committed a serious taboo. She's no longer my wife. By the time she comes back, she has to do one ritual or the other for her to prove that she's still my wife. It's not that. We should grow, let me not use the word grow up, we should be more enlightened in terms of this. When a woman is being abused, she has the right to report. Most times, she comes to an NGO because she's seeking confidentiality. She doesn't want it open in her community, what people are doing. Even some pastors' wives. You see a woman being abused to an extent that she wants to commit suicide, and she comes to report, and she tells you, please, my husband is a pastor. I do not want this to come to the public. Do you understand? And so you handle it gently and you discuss it confidentially and you leave it there. And sometimes, some of these men, it becomes a form of ignorance. Even though we say ignorance of the law is not an excuse. But most times it becomes, he believes that his mother or how he grew up, his father was always slapping his mother. Whenever she says anything, she had no say. And then he does it to the wife, not knowing that time has changed. Time has changed. You cannot even believe time has changed. The little children come to the office 10 years, 13 years, report their parents for beating them these days. In the past, how dare you? How dare you? Who gave you that authority to do that? But time has changed. That woman cannot remain in the dark. She cannot remain domestically abused, and you expect her to sit shut up. So sometimes, when they do those things, the court is not an emotion-bound institution. The court looks at the evidence before he can decide, take a decision, or give a verdict. So once you are finding that a man is abusing you, it's between you and the man, do not get the children involved. Seek help.
Now, how does the law, how do the court distinguish between genuine co-parenting? Because like you mentioned earlier, this is Africa. Okay. There's a lot of power play going on, and some of these issues come to the court. So how do you know, how does the court differentiate the genuine, coming to co-parent or coming to actually get custody, as opposed to those who want to use it as a form of, further getting the conflicts, more, I don't know how to explain it, kind of using power. Maybe they come to the court.
They want to show that they are the man. Yes. I will take away the children from you. Well, it's normal. That's why we are human. But the truth still remains, as I said, that the court looks at the evidence before the courts. does the woman have the capacity to take care of these children? It's not a matter of whether she is, like the video I watched, she was crying and saying she will come back. You know, these are just we've heard that over time. Do you understand? It's painful, it's quite pathetic, but the truth remains that who did you seek help from when this abuse was going on? You sat in your home and then you decided to abduct your children and run away.
You know, now that you mentioned it,
yes,
let's take a look at that video. Let's watch the video and then we'll talk about it.
All right.
I didn't know I was going to come on here to tell you guys this, but I want this to be as more as an evidence that I'm going to finally make the hardest decision of my life. I never saw it coming, but at this point I have no option. Since my separation, I've been doing my best for my kids. They go to their dad for visiting, and they school from my place. Well, it's been 2 years now. This man has not. Well, it's been 2 years now. This man has not let me rest. He frustrates my efforts every given time. He comes to my house unannounced. He harasses me everywhere. There's nothing I have not been doing, but I cannot be coming online every day to come and tell you the guys that this is what I'm going through, this is what this man has been doing to me, and all of that. At this point, I'm tired. I'm saying it like I'm tired. And what I'm saying is barely around is his house help and his houseboy that in the house. He just wants to feel that yes, he's the one that is in charge, because he says there are a lot of allegations that are being laid on this complaint, this petition that he bought for me, that a lot of things he said. I would have countered it, which I will in time, in good time. I wish I would do that, but for now, he has been pressuring me about these kids. He has been doing a lot of things emotionally to me because of these kids. So I'm going to now give him custody for now. That doesn't mean I'm not going to come back for my children. It's just that I've had enough. I'm not going to fight you now because I know when the time is right, I'm going to fight for my children. They're just minors. They're just 4 and 3 years. Yes, you want to take my kids to go and live with an house help, your house help, because you feel like since I said no, I rejected your offer for me to come back, you want to frustrate me. I currently live in Asaba, and he has made it clear that I would not be. It will make my life miserable in this Asaba. So I planned on relocating to Lagos. When I took him to welfare, I told him. Of course, I know he's going to come out to counter these things I've said, because of course he knows how to lie. So he will fabricate something, a lot of things to counter this. But no problem. Mr. I'm not doing this because I am weak. I'm doing this because I need to live. That is why I'm doing this. Yeah. I'm not backing down. I'm not. But I need to go find my life. Yeah, I need to go find my life. Since you say you can take care of them very well, please do. Nothing should happen to my children. Because you and I know you are barely around. Nothing should happen to my children. They should look healthy and strong to pick them for holiday. And when the time is right, I'm going to counter all of these things you said against me. All of these things. I'm going to come back and counter them. All of them. When the time is right. I don't even know what to say at this point, but Nigerians should just bear me witness. I have tried. No mother would want to see her children living with an house help while she's still alive. But at this point, I don't know what else to do. He said he has all the connections, he has the money and everything, and he has been trying to frustrate me. So, this is me saying, I love you guys so much. But at this point, I don't know what else to do. He said he has all the connections, he has the money and everything, and he has been trying to frustrate me. So, this is me saying, I love you guys so much. But I just have to do this. Mommy's going to come back, okay? So tomorrow I would not say, hey, mommy gets you guys to go and do prostitution, to go and do whatever. I want you guys in my life. I want to take care of you guys as much as I want, but your dad is not letting me.
That video. So first of all, I'd like to know, what do you think about what you just saw right now?
Okay, very pathetic. It's a sad video. Such a young mother, and then I always say that divorce or separation is never good. In Africa, you know, we Africans are particularly, even Igbos, it's never a good one because we tend to see it in a different light. If it were overseas or people who are enlightened, you know, the parties can go their ways, and yet the man can even ask the woman, take care of the
celebrity. Her husband is popularly known, her coming to her house and announce, you know, she mentioned a lot of sounds, you know, she mentioned a lot of things that have been going on. So I'd like to know, do you see any loopholes in this thing or something? Do you see anything, you know, going wrong?
I was going to say that in terms of him harassing her on daily basis for 3 years, not allowing her, who the hell does he think he is? He doesn't have such rights. If actually it was a court that gave her the right, the custody of these children, I think she should have gone back to the courts. Whatever the man must have brought against her, I don't think, except there are serious allegations in terms of her character, which does not suit the best interest of the children, then that is only when this thing can happen. But harassing her on daily basis is not permissible. It's not acceptable in any form. The man has no such right to harass her. Since the court has given her that custody, he should maintain access, and then the woman maintains custody, and he should leave anything in terms of harassing her in her workplace. Unfortunately, these things happen to people who don't, I don't know, this young girl. We report it to the police. Obviously, maybe he has more money than the young girl. I don't know her, but maybe he has more money. He threatens them, and wherever he goes, he tries to sort it out with money. And some persons, you know, corruption in Nigeria, I say it boldly, because you can't see a case like this, and the court of law, a competent court of law, has given a decision for a woman to have custody over the child, and you are coming harassing her. Who are you? The court should take her up. The force should take her up. Unfortunately, I don't know where they report these cases to, because I know I work with area command there. Such things are not allowed. Once you do that, they pick you up and lock you up. You don't harass anybody. So long as the court has given her that custody, you permit her. You just provide for the children, the welfare of the children, and the court would have given them a way to how he will be providing for this custody, whether he will be bringing it to the court or however they will be doing it, to avoid all this conflict between them. So I don't think the man is irresponsible to be going back to her, harassing her. What for? The marriage is no longer on. Why are you harassing her? There are 1,001 women out there. If she's not doing the things right, taking care of, that's when you can go back to the court and say she's not doing the things. I found this, I found that. And unfortunately, we didn't see what's on the paper that she's holding. If we had seen what's on the paper, we know, have there been serious allegations or just mere hearsay?
The details of that paper has not been released to the public yet, so no one actually knows what is inside in the paper written there. Yeah. But then we see a lot of people be wondering, why would she be waiting for the future to come back? Just like you said, I mean, if she has been given custody of the children in the first place, to the court. Why is she not going there immediately?
If she has been given custody of the children by the court, a competent court of jurisdiction, I don't see her waiting and saying she's coming back for her children. I really don't. Most times, I mean, not men. I don't want to say that most men are irresponsible, but I don't really see a man taking care of a 3-year-old child. What will happen to your business? You hire a nanny to know. Of course, we know what most of these nannies do these days. Nobody can take care of a child better than the mother. So I don't understand why the young man is struggling to take a 3-year-old child from the mother. The girl looks healthy. If it's in terms of, and I believe she's a celebrity, she has money, she's not lacking in terms of provision for the children. And I see that she has a bonding, emotional bonding with her children. So why would the court now deny her custody of her children? We need to get into that paper and know what's in the paper.
Right. Now, looking at, I mean, we've spoken about how mothers can take care of their children, but do you also think that there are situations where fathers can do a better job?
Of course. I've had cases like that. I don't want to, because I fight the cause of women, I really don't want to say much, but I advise women sometimes to be cautious of what they do, because these days, most women go overboard, They go overboard. They think that a separation in marriage means finding another love and misbehaving before their children. One of the cases I had last week, a 13-year-old girl was just analyzing how her mother was relating with this horrible man that she took them and ran to. And they see everything. Nothing is hidden. How her mother goes to take her bath with the man in the same bathroom, and this 13, if you see how bold this girl was when she was talking to me, for 1 hour plus I was having a conversation with this young girl, and then what do you expect of that girl when she comes up? Fortunately for us and for my organization, and thank God for the area command again, MMA, and even the area command here, area command MNA, we were able to withdraw the children from her, but the case is still ongoing, because I want to understand from the mother, why would you take that part? She denied it anyway. But for the young daughter, because I asked them to bring the young daughter I want to interview, they didn't know I was going to interview the young daughter. She came unannounced, and after interviewing the young daughter, it was my head went off. And so when the mother came, I didn't want to really talk much. I told her to go until the husband comes. Both of you will have to sit together, and then we will deal with this issue. So most times, women, I deal with them. It's over a decade I've been handling issues of women. Women, we need to watch it. We need to watch finding love afresh, as they call it, is not losing your mind and forgetting your responsibilities over your children, because that can take away those children away from you. So I think that men, there are some of them come to the office pretending that they will be able to take care of the children. One pretended and said he will take care of the children. Now because most times when we take the children away from them, from the mother, if the mother is irresponsible, and we hand over to the father, if the father proves to be more responsible than the mother, we will monitor. So we are monitoring the man. We didn't know we are monitoring him, only to find out that he took the children to his second wife. it was in the interview with the wife that we found out that he has a second wife. He didn't mention that to us. So he took those children to the second wife now to care for them. And this man is not always available because of his job. So you can imagine what will be happening to those children with the second wife. So we're still on the case, and then God helping us, we will do justice to it.
Of course. Now let's look at the implications. I mean, we've talked about mothers and fathers and children, but what would you say is the general implication of this idea of shared parenting or custody, both for the parents and also for the children?
Emotional. Basically, the children, when parents are together, living in love, in peace, and things are going on, the children are growing up. The children love to see their parents together. So when these things happen, it gets on the emotions of these children. It affects their growing up. It affects even their education. Some of them go to school and you hear reports. They come back to the office reporting to us that the teacher said she no longer writes in the class. He no longer does this. He no longer does that. She doesn't involve herself with other children anymore. She's only on her own. She has withdrawn. Some of these things. And even it could affect the child. Sometimes, if the custody is with the father, there are things that she cannot share with her father. And there are things that most times men don't notice so many things. She may come to school behaving in such a way. It will be the mother that will look at her and say, this thing you are doing today, I don't understand. And one or two things she will spill whatever that it is, and the mother will be able to guide her. Most times men, until it's late. You understand? So it's a lot, both physically, emotionally, psychologically. It affects the children. And then on the parents, like one of the cases we had, the man said his BP has tripled. He's begging his wife to come back, and the wife is saying, I'm not coming back. And then it's just over flimsy, very little issue that could just be handled. He says, I'm not coming back, I'm done with the marriage. And then most times my head will just go off. It will even get to the extent of screaming and asking them, why do you think God instituted? Do you think that marriage is all that rosy? It's not all that rosy. Even me, as a lawyer that you see here, I see my own challenges at home. We all face challenges. These are the stories you tell your children when they are coming up. It's not all that rosy. That's why you're a woman. That's why the Bible is telling us in Proverbs 31 woman, he who has found a wife. Did God ever say he who has found a man? He never said he who has found a man. He said he who has found a wife. That is the responsibility he has given on us as women. He who has found a wife has found a good thing. And because of that, you have to try to remain to be that good thing. You don't have a choice. You don't have a choice, really. But when it comes to battery, that's where I say it's a no. But if it's over flimsy arguments, little things that might be settled, I don't think that all this issue of separating children and separating marriages should come up.
Do you see issues where children, maybe older children, have a preference for who they want to stay with as opposed to the other person, even when that parent does not have the capability of handling
Of course, it happens.
So how does that situation become?
It happens, and the law gives that kind of what do I call it? The law gives that as a right. If a child decides, yes, I want to stay with my mother, yes, that's right. The child can take that decision, because at this point, but the law will also look at what is the best interest of this child. At this point, this child is saying, I want to be with my mother. Is it because her mother leaves her to be free to live her life? Is it because her mother, the law will really have to look at it and consider what is best. But normally, the child may be allowed to stay with her, whoever parents decided to stay with.
But sometimes children can be a bit not decisive. So sometimes they might want to move from here
to there.
The court also give room for such movements from one place to another.
That's what I'm saying, that the court will now consider what is the best interest of this child. But that's the best principle in handling issues that concern children. What is paramount here? is the child. By the time the court puts 1 or 2 questions across to the child, the court will be able to take a decision whether that child knows actually what he or she is saying, or just saying it. Maybe the mother told her, if you stay with me, I'll be buying ice cream for you every day. And maybe the father is the strict one who wants her to study her books and not go outside the compound and this and that. So the court will take a decision and know whether, but this is permitted if the child wants to stay with any parents.
So finally, what is that one thing that you would say to parents who are currently having custody issues, or issues in their marriage that could lead to parenting?
It's really a tough one, and it hurts me. Recently, if we have 10 cases or 12 cases in the office, we have like 8 of them women saying, I do not want to marry again. Lawyer, divorce me. And you keep pleading and trying to find out, husbands, why do you beat your wives? That is the worst you can do to a woman. Why do you beat your wife? Because can play an Igbo and I call no as husband and wife. We can exchange our decision. And when we're exchanging that, try to understand my side of the story. And let the man also understand. If the heat gets hot, please step out. You mustn't beat. You must not beat your wife. Wife, you must not go to your husband and say, you must beat me today. He's a man. He will show that he is man power. Let us have an understanding. It's too much. Really, it's too much. Every day that I open my office, there's no day you will not see 2-3 cases of women coming to say, I'm tired of my husband. I don't want to marry again. Please, women, I urge us to be patient for the sake of our children. But husbands, you must not beat your wives. You mustn't. Come and report. The fact that we say that we have offices for women, does not men come to report these days. So we fight for men too. So please come and report what a woman is doing to you. And let me just share, I don't know at the time, we had a case of a husband and a wife. The only issue that they wanted to separate was because the man was using the blue sponge. The woman said she has 3 sponges in, how do I even say it, in her home. The yellow one, the red one, and the blue one. The yellow one is for washing oil. The blue one is for washing teacups, things that does not have oil, and the red one is for washing plates. And the man, instead of using the yellow one, he uses the red one. And she says when the man goes to the fridge to take whatever soup or whatever, he puts things on the floor and then he will not return it. Like she's tired of the marriage. What kind of marriage? He will not allow me to arrange, and he's using the wrong things and teaching the children the wrong things. The man didn't even know what was going on. When the woman reported, he came and the man, when we called him, he said, Madam, when am I coming? He came and said, when the woman was talking, he said, my dear, is that what the honey? The man, don't call me honey, I'm not your honey. After a while, we pleaded and both of them reconciled. I told Oga, please start washing with the green sponge. Then I told her, Madam, do you know? Let me use me and myself as an example. My own husband does not even wash. I wash it. So you have a man who even uses the green sponge to wash for you. You are complaining. And that was what resolved the matter. They went home happily. So these things sometimes is just very small issues. And like I will say as a Christian, the devil is targeting marriages these days. So we must be very careful. Thank you, Lucy.
Thank you so much for joining us and being a part of this program. I really enjoyed and got a lot of insight from you. Thank you once again.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, we'll go on a break and we'll be back shortly.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the hub your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
As we've heard, shared parenting and custody are not just about legal arrangements. They reflect deeper questions about responsibility and how we value care. Now, there are no simple answers, but what is clear is that conversations like this matter. Now, when we challenge these assumptions, we listen to experiences and ground our discussions on evidence, we can move closer to outcomes that better serve parents and, most importantly, children. Thank you for joining us for this conversation and for being a part of the program. Remember to follow us on all our social media platforms. We're live on SLTV channel 265. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and see you next week.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observe
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. We local.
The international community is observing every
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the view by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
You don't tire for this picture? Or ya make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal dey reach every corner of Naija from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one na our own national asset. Even from your phone, you fit watch am. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
I don't know how we could not comport now. welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, Nigeria renews push to unlock potentials of the blue economy. NLC warns of rising hardship, faults FG over refusal to restore fuel subsidy. Israel bombs Beirut's southern suburb as it targets Hezbollah commander. And U.S. lawmakers demand transparency on Israel nuclear capability. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The federal government says it has evolved measures to address the inefficiencies, congestion and infrastructure gap that have allowed smaller economies in Africa to capture a disproportionate share of the continent's maritime sector. Managing Director of the Nigerian Port Authority, MPA, Dr. Abubakar Danshoho, who disclosed this while addressing industry stakeholders in Lagos, said Nigeria's ports must evolve beyond their traditional limitations to compete in a rapidly integrating African market. Danshoho noted that trade barriers are steadily being dismantled under the African Continental Free Trade Area to place Nigeria at the heart of intra-African commerce through increased efficiency. The federal government has begun implementing targeted upgrades at Apapa and Tinkan Island ports, while processes are underway for upgrades in Warri, Port Harcourt, One and Calabar ports to ensure balanced development. He noted that the creation of the Federal Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy has signaled a strategic rethinking of Nigeria's economic priorities to unlock a $3 trillion blue economy potential. Industry experts say improvements in the maritime sector and improvements in infrastructure could significantly reduce cargo clearance times and lower the long-standing concerns among importers and exporters. Experts in the Nigerian tourism economy say tourism is the nation's cash cow, which needs to activate and explore. Informed stakeholders came together in Abuja to point the way to a blossoming tourism economy as the world prepares to celebrate the 2026 World Tourism Day. Correspondent Nasir Usman reports.
The Abuja gathering of tourism stakeholders was not a talk shop. It was a measurable policy pointers and recommendations with verifiable outcomes. First, the Executive Director of Tourism Volunteers Network, Philip Roberts, who convened the gathering, said that Nigeria must move away from celebrating tourism sites to creating a culture of tourism destinations. This, he said, is by creating tourism-friendly infrastructure that attract both domestic and foreign visitors to the tourism sites.
This motivation is seeing how infrastructure can help tourism. We travel to a lot of places in Nigeria. If I ask you, can you name one tourism destination in Nigeria, I'm sure you'll be struggling. So the reason why we did this is because we are struggling to designate Nigeria as a major tourism destination. And we found out that the reason why Nigeria is struggling to become a tourism destination is because of infrastructure. So the only reason we can now promote Nigeria as a tourism destination is through infrastructure. So if we have this infrastructure tourism project and the summit which is coming in September, we have all hands on deck. Through that summit, we're going to be exposing Nigeria tourism destinations more, and I'm sure it will solve the problem with big homes.
Philip Roberts said that Abuja, the federal capital, has been designated as a living infrastructure tourism city, with the Aso Rock area as an iconic tourism zone, Jabi Lake as Abuja blue economy and waterfront destination.
So the blue economy is a money economy system on its own. And we have the Jabi Lake that has been sitting there. What are we doing to transform Jabi Lake into a destination? That is where infrastructural tourism comes in.
Our buildings' weakness, a uniqueness, because people like to pay for moments. Some people pay moments in dollars. And then I would say we, because I've lived in Nigeria, we are always, as Nigerians, we're always curious about what's going on out there. It's about time that we need to make them curious what's happening in here.
To create infrastructure that can drive tourism, the stakeholders call on urban and regional planners to encourage the development of a real estate subsector that operates beyond basic construction to include eye-popping tourism-oriented designs.
We have to do things that are original to us. I can see most of the designs that I see in the city, there's nothing Afrocentric. And we have very beautiful designs, very beautiful concepts, that are traditional to us. Either if you're not putting it in the building, you put it in the facade and all of that, that it will be original to us. We need to position the houses, intentionally, considering the wind track?
Yes.
Yes, the airflow and all of that, so that we don't necessarily have to say, oh, okay, you just build a house anyhow.
The partnership starts here. We are partners. The government, of course, are also part of it. We need more developers to think tourism in their designs especially. Don't design something just to sell houses and make money. You could design something, you could be creative about your designs in a way that people want to drive down to look at that location. And also to play with God has already given us this natural topography that we can play with. So I see people breaking rocks and making sure that land is flat. It doesn't have to be flat. You could make it nice. So the governments are already doing so much for us, and they could do more. I will keep encouraging them to do more.
At the event, partners in the current drive to mainstream tourism into the national economy signed a memorandum of understanding to reposition Nigeria as a leading global tourism destination in Africa. In 2025, tourism accounted for about 10% of global GDP and 1 in every 10 jobs. Nigeria will host the Infrastructural Tourism Development Summit on September 24 as a prelude to the celebration of the 2026 World Tourism Day. In Abuja, I am Nasir Usman for Signature TV.
The Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, has raised fresh concerns over worsening insecurity, poverty and economic hardship in the country, warning that many Nigerians are being pushed to the brink of survival. NLC President Joe Ajaero, in an interview, said insecurity has severely disrupted livelihoods, crippled economic activities, and left workers unable to function effectively in many parts of the country. He described the situation as critical, noting that many Nigerians have been displaced from their communities into internally displaced persons, IDP camps, while others can no longer access their farms due to fear of attacks. Ajaero said the development has worsened unemployment and deepened poverty, particularly in rural communities where farming remains the main source of livelihood. The Labour leader also criticized the state of the economy, arguing that macroeconomic growth indicators have not translated into improved living conditions for ordinary citizens. He pointed to rising transport and living costs, saying workers continue to earn some wages despite escalating inflation and fuel prices. Ajaero also raised concerns about taxation, describing multiple formal and informal levies on citizens as an additional burden on already struggling households. Meanwhile, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, has maintained that the federal government will not reinstate fuel subsidy despite public pressure. Oyedele said the subsidy regime created distortions in the economy and insisted that the government is committed to a market-driven pricing system for petroleum products. He noted that the removal of fuel subsidy has contributed to inflationary pressures, but argued that reforms are necessary for long-term economic stability and growth. The NLC, however, faltered the position, urging government to consider targeted interventions such as transport subsidies, tax relief on essential goods, and increased crude supply to local refineries to ease economic hardship. The federal government
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.